Hello, hello. I'm Invective. I'm joined by Twonky. Welcome to Guardian Angel League's coverage of Week 1 of the America's TFT Space Gods Regionals.
Yeah, hello. I'm super excited to watch some games today. I've been playing a lot of the previous patch. I haven't played a ton on our current patch, and the games that I did play did not go super great for me. So I'm really excited to see what's actually good and what's actually performing right now.
Yeah, as far as I remember from yesterday, there was a lot of interesting rerolling going on. I would say like something that looks super consistent is being able to play Challengers reroll, but
hmm
the way that that composition is enabled by augments means that like you have a lot of ways to get to a very similar end game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that from what I have seen, it feels like there are a lot of viable comps, and you're not kind of locked into the same like three things that you are generally in TFT on different patches. It feels like there is a lot of versatility. You have a lot of options, and I think that's what makes a good patch.
Yeah, I would agree. As for some of the compositions that we saw yesterday, I am liking the diversity of comps that we see here in our display. Do you have a favorite among these, whether you were watching or whether you've had a chance to play these throughout the set?
So when I saw the patch notes originally, I was like, "There, we're gonna get some more one cost reroll," and I was really excited for that. And you can see like Vigar and generally Vigar like is also a lot of printing, so that one doesn't count as much. But like the Lysandra reroll, this Fate Weaver reroll, that kind of thing, I think is a lot of fun. And I think that we haven't had a whole lot of these actual one cost reroll comps this set, so I do like to see those.
Yeah, there are like the sample sizes are not obviously large enough to come to a conclusion, but I am a little bit concerned for Fate Weaver reroll and Lysandra reroll here, where both of these compositions do not seem to be doing all that well. Vigar, at the very least, has a win, and I believe that we had a chance to watch that win when Ego played Vigar in Game 1 or Game 2 yesterday.
Yeah, I do think that they're definitely not performing how you would want to, but it's a good sign to me because if people think that it's good enough to play in a tournament, surely there's something there. And that's all I can ask for.
For sure. And we are going to be going to Lobby 3, so that's going to be Michael, Shaco, Shoma, Tex, Ripple, Deepay, Ready, and Silencer. Ready performed super awesome yesterday. I'm privileged enough to share the Tri-State Discord with him, where he said New Jersey shall rule the world after conquering the play-ins. So hopefully that domination continues to go on.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm super looking forward to it. I think that obviously every player here is incredible. They wouldn't be in the spot that they are if they weren't great players. And I think that just in general, like TPC and these regionals, it's so nice to like consistently be seeing the same players and see that North America is a strong region.
Yeah, for sure. As for some of the other players in the that I don't really have to talk, well, Michael is another one of the key players I feel like he had a awesome set 16, and this set, I'm not sure if like something like PWC is uh, too much of an extra burden, but I would say that trying to qualify for PWC can be very difficult at the same time that you are trying to play for your individual placement in the and as a result of that, I feel like Michael maybe had a strong set. If this was his time to go out and perform his spot in the at 18.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that PWC adds a lot because obviously this isn't something that players are necessarily really playing for beforehand, but having it and actually seeing everybody trying to qualify or qualifying and then getting ready to play in that kind of thing is super nice. It's great to see support around TFT.
I agree. Um, as for Shoma, who we are beginning with, I think Shoma is really on the brink of breaking into the TPC. Uh, has been trying very hard over the past few sets. I would say that this is himself as someone who has not yet reached that tier one status, or like the status before TPC system of a player who is among the top tier.
Yeah, absolutely. I do like this start though. I think that the like three one cost units, especially when we were kind of talking about these one cost rerolls, is nice and doesn't mean that you're going to play a one cost reroll, but maybe you'll encourage people to do so a little bit.
Yeah. Are you a fan of playing around like Fiona Creep and Fiona? Is that something that you feel like that works for you, or doesn't really work for you?
I like it. I think it's a lot of fun. I think that it's definitely not as good now as it probably was before, but when it was like super prevalent, I did think it was a lot of fun, and being able to hit that like Leona 4 felt really really rewarding.
Yeah, I'm with you. Um, some interesting choices here. I feel like backline versus blueprint sometimes. I've liked this augment a lot. I feel like I do it a little too often. I would say that sometimes when you low roll the spot for what you do as your emblem, um, backline blueprint can feel not so good.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. I do think that especially when you're taking it as a like you're taking it as a first augment, it can give you direction, which can be great. But then if you just start not hitting into anything that lines up with what you've got, it definitely feels terrible.
So too tanky being offered, and I have to imagine Shoma understands the rest of the lobby may not be playing for this, but I think we may see too soon. Ready is also playing too tanky.
Wow, yeah, immediately.
That's the swiftness with which Shoma made this decision. I feel like you have to demonstrate a willingness now that if you end up being the player who does not hit the Orans, does not hit the Samiras, is there something that you can go back to, maybe in terms of like the Gnar that performs well enough to salvage a spot where like there's a Samira contest?
Right. I wonder if there is something that you can do that's kind of if you're not hitting your space groove units and you kind of pivot into one of those lower tier synergies where you're looking at like an arbiter or like the challenger arbiter kind of thing where like maybe you can slot in an additional unit or two but still not be losing out on some of these verticals that you just need the space to have all of your units in to activate.
Yeah, it can definitely be pretty tough. Uh, I want to know whether TP is going to get this anima cash out because I feel like, oh, it's so tough to telegraph to the entire lobby that this is your one and only game plan. You really can end up in a situation where the griefers are just out to get you. So
Yeah.
I'd love to take a look around and see if anybody's willing to open up their board for DP to suffer a little bit. That would be one of them.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh wow, this is a lot of Primordian on that board though.
Yeah, I don't know if we've seen that many Primordian players like straight up, but
Yeah.
if I'm correct, that was like no scout, no pivot, so they're really committed.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I do think that obviously Primordian was really, really dominant in the beginning of the season, but has fallen off quite a bit, and it's not generally something that I'm seeing a whole lot of. I do think obviously with this no scout, no pivot is one of the times where it can make more sense.
Yeah, I do think that no scout, no pivot does make this make more sense, but I feel like people are seeing so much more success with Jinx and the challengers that playing around like the Belveth and the Briar
Mm-hmm.
makes me feel a little bit anxious, and Ripple hasn't necessarily put together a streak just yet. So I feel like he's really relying on being able to hit quickly
Mm-hmm.
based on the units that he already has so many copies of, like those 6 Rek'Sais.
Yeah, absolutely. I haven't seen that Vex legend in game. I like it a lot. I think the shadow looks great. She's so
I
cute.
had I had 10 tokens saved up. I just ripped it. I was like, because I have the Bunny Bon Bon Bistro
Right, right.
already.
Oh, it's
And
so
I was like,
good.
I need this
Oh
combination.
my gosh. It's so
I must
cute.
have it.
Oh, little Rek'Sai.
These are two of the good supporting pieces, though. Cho'Gath Kaisa. We'll see if Ripple picks these up and opts to play into the Darkstar version of the Primordial reroll.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember playing a lot of that in the in the early days of the set. It
Oh yeah.
was incredibly strong early on, and I just think that the Kaisa's a great unit, especially with the two-piece Darkstar. She can spread it and get the execute off easily. It's feels great.
Yeah. The grief has come in, by the way. Deepe has already been forced to win a round. Whether that's because of Shoma or because of Silencer, I'm not sure. But one of those players definitely opened up the board and put Deepe into a more unfortunate situation.
Yeah.
So I guess with the units that Deepe is holding, is it possible that he's willing to play around like the Challenger's reroll and trying to get a decent Jinx augment or a decent Jinx cash out?
Yeah, I think that seems like it makes sense. I think that again, obviously, with anima in general, if you can keep that nice line of like taking good losses and you can really build up the cash out, you can cash out game winning items. So I'm interested to see how far we get because some of these losses are a little bit rough.
Yeah, I think if Deepe takes one more win, it's going to be impossible to get to one of like the really game winning cash outs.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Shoma is still in his pool, and Shoma may be willing to put the nail in the coffin, so to speak.
Right.
But the Orin has already been found, and I don't know if Shoma is going to be willing to give that up.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, look at her. She's beautiful.
She is beautiful. She's also large.
Yeah, she's huge.
Huh. It's a very big Yordle.
Yeah, the shadow looks fantastic. I really want to see the
so
emotes of it.
Cute. This is a skin that they should just make for like regular League of
Legends. Gosh, oh my goodness. Okay, I am curious how our 2 tanky has been going and what we're kind of looking at. Yeah, so we do have the Ornn, like we talked about. Just the one. Ooh, little Primordian in also.
It doesn't look like Shoma's going to grief again.
Yeah.
But Ready is very far away from the Space Groove units.
Yeah.
It's still possible.
Yeah, I think that there is the potential that maybe you just have a shop that has really good setup for Space Groove, but it definitely looks like we're kind of leaning a little bit more Darkstar with it.
And I guess I also don't know, like, well, we'll have to see in the upcoming round whether Ready or Shoma is offered some kind of econ augment. Mm-hmm. I feel like that can really be a big difference maker because the roll down is going to be happening before 4-2, and on a roll is one of the ones that you could really use to make a difference here.
Yeah, absolutely. Really thinking about it. I do think that I already get overwhelmed with augment picks, and I'm not even playing competitive. So I can just imagine that it really is stressful in these moments.
It is. For sure it is. I think these are both really solid augments for Shoma and Ready. I think they're both still trying to keep the Space Groove open. And yeah. I guess like Shoma's not that far ahead, but Honor Roll does make it so Ready should not be rolling all of the gold at once. Ready should be finding like a copy of Orin, a copy of Samira to put on his board, and then rolling really deep so as to be able to make use of those free rerolls.
Right. Absolutely. I feel like Deathblade has just become such a contested item because it's just good on so many high priority units that it's everywhere, and I never get enough BF swords for it.
Yeah, I love Deathblade. I feel like you were saying, it does feel really good. I think there are a lot of units that don't necessarily have that much built-in AD this set, and I would also say like, as for Shaco's spot, I would personally feel really comfortable playing around Corki here, but I don't
Mm-hmm.
know what they're going for at the moment.
Right. But another really big loss in the pursuit of anima.
Yeah. Um, DP feels a little committed to playing the Mighty Mech for me, because
Mm-hmm.
that Find Your Center hex, like,
Yeah,
how do you feel about that Mighty Mech comp?
I think it's a lot of fun. I think that like Voyagers and everything, I think is super fun. I think that it's really strong, obviously with the karma buffs and stuff, and then you have a bit more room to like play AP. I also think it's funny that he's Mighty Mech and not Galio. So, so I like that.
Galio has had a lot of identities in TFT over the
This
years.
is true. This is very true.
My favorite, Shioyu, the clapping guy.
Oh my
Oh my
gosh.
god.
Oh yeah. And then
Well,
Splits.
DP,
Yeah. Not cashing out.
not
Unsurprising.
cashing out
Committed as
just yet.
hard. Yeah.
Really committed.
Yeah.
I think I want to say DP needs 3 more losses,
Hmm.
and because he has the extra HP from this augment, I
Yeah.
think he is going to have, like, hopefully above 20 HP at the time that he cashes out, but it cannot be easy.
Yeah, especially here in this kind of like stage 3 going into stage 4, it's definitely when things start to get scary and taking a bad loss starts to be like 15 HP when it was not that before. So it's yeah, like that's a big unit loss.
I agree. And I think DP actually needs to kill more units.
Yes, for
Um,
sure.
because this is a situation where his next 2 rounds give him 105 anima power, or whatever it's called. I think he actually doesn't have enough right now to reach his breakpoint in 2 rounds. In 3 rounds, well, DP can try to win the round on 4-2
Mm-hmm.
after, like, rolling down, playing the
Right.
Mighty Mech maybe, but I think it can be really difficult.
Yeah, I think that it's just really really big losses as opposed to kind of these closer losses where you'd be able to stick it out more and could tank a few more rounds, and that gets scary, and that's pretty worrying.
The lobby's also getting so strong.
Yeah, absolutely.
This Tomkench 2 out of Shoma,
Yeah,
spooky.
that's huge. I've really liked seeing more Nami recently. I think that I mean I'm biased because I love Nami in general, but like I was saying a little bit, you're seeing some more of these AP comps where I mean you have the Lysandra reroll, you have the Karma, you have the Nami, that kind of thing, and you actually are seeing a lot more AP and you have a lot more uses for AP items than you kind of did before. You have a lot more variation, and I think that the Nami is a really fun one in that.
Yeah, I agree. Um, so Reddy and Shoma are officially locked into the contest. Fielding all of these Space Groove units this turn. Like we said earlier, this is really important to play around on a roll. Reddy is looking for maybe something like a Last Whisper here, maybe, yeah, has plenty of swords, so this is
Yeah,
going to be the roll down now.
absolutely.
Ooh, the
Ooh.
Shen is such a good
Yeah,
find.
wow. Shen is a really nice hit.
No Ornn 2 yet though, and really remember you want to have like 4 Ornns hit, but you need 2 Ornns really to stabilize
Right.
here.
Absolutely.
Because you are playing around too tanky. Do you have like a sense of what augment would you like ready to see next?
Ooh, I think that it depends. I was gonna say it depends, but we're choosing next. So I feel like, I mean, you just want something to guarantee that you're gonna hit and that you're gonna hit before anybody who's contesting you. Yeah. So booster pack is at the very least a ton of gold.
Well, this is
Would be
DPay.
also, yeah, would also be interesting there too. I'm also bad at the game, so I personally love to take booster pack and then sell all of it when
Real?
there's nothing else that I hit. So I do like that, even just as like a little bit of a stimulus check. But oh wow,
Whoa!
that was big.
Bar 2 coming in straight off the bat. But we need frontline real bad.
Yeah,
Is this a
taking a lot.
situation where you would, yeah, maybe frontline the Morgana?
Yeah, I think so. Especially after some of the Morgana buffs, I think that it feels a little bit more viable.
Yeah. I guess like you're forced to take the Annihilator, but I'm not super pleased with doing so.
Yeah, I think that obviously he did hit enough to make it through that. The front line is definitely kind of scary into a lot of these other comps, but it feels like either stabilized or able to stabilize in the next turn or so. Hopefully.
Yeah, I would say the Tentacle Slam is like a really big upside, but the Annihilator is like pretty mediocre. Because
Yeah.
having more frontline will make this mech situation like a lot stronger.
Hmm.
But I do at the same time feel like ooh, there's a
Yeah, there's some
Blitzcrank.
Orns. Oh, there is. Okay. And well on our way with the Orns with the two champion duplicators also on the bench.
Yeah, it's possible to hit, but
Yeah.
there's a bit of an itemization situation because we don't have like a lot of great Samira items.
Yeah, absolutely. That is a big scary Orin with his double mogs and the gargoyles, but it is not enough.
I feel like that fight went a little bit worse than I would have expected.
I agree. Very unfortunate. I do feel like the Orn comp is not as good as it used to be. They kind of tweaked Orn a little bit. He's not obviously still incredibly strong unit, but he's not the like solo tank that he was before, to where it does not matter what the other team is. If you have an Orn with a radiant item, he just lives.
Yeah, I think maybe there's also a bit of a damage problem because of the way the itemization worked out. Whoa,
Yeah.
Reddy hit a Gwen really quickly. Gwen 3.
Wow, yeah. Huh.
But he doesn't have like a single other Ornn.
Yeah. We did also take the champion duplicators here as well. Oh, Samira 3 though. For Shoma.
Ooh.
Which matters less when she has no items, but definitely impacts Reddy's ability to hit it.
Yeah, I guess we'll see if Shoma's able to like stand strong here. Because like the longer Shoma
Yeah,
lives, the harder it is for Reddy to play the game, I think.
absolutely. Yeah. It's a good loss. That is a really big Cho'Gath.
It is a big Cho'Gath, and I think it's like an early learnings Cho'Gath as well. But the
Yeah.
Lissandra doesn't look like she has a lot of damage.
No, she doesn't feel like she's doing much of anything, unfortunately.
Frustrating situation. Michael looks like in a really good spot.
Yeah.
This combination of augments, these units, like I know Michael would maybe prefer to have the LeBlanc 2 upgraded, but we're not super
Absolutely.
far away.
Yeah, I think that with the Karma buffs, again, Karma is super, super strong. I think that Shepard got a little bit of a tweak, and obviously the shared damage amp, well, flat damage, scaling damage, whatever it gives you. It's like 25. I don't know. It does a lot.
The Ascension has come through, so Michael's spot does look okay in this fight. The next Karma cast could end it all because Corki is not doing all that much damage. Silencer
Yeah.
on his last legs. Debay also got hurt there.
Yeah, that's a little scary. Still haven't hit the upgraded Galio.
Yeah.
Have
No
50
Mighty
gold
Mech
though,
2.
50 gold and 7 HP, but not rolling it down is okay. A little bit spooky.
Oh, there's a moment I feel like Depay really wasn't sure what to do with the items, but now the items are where he would want them to be. One problem I see here is that Depay didn't manage to find an Urgot on the roll down, which is crazy
Yeah.
to me.
Yeah.
But it does mean that, he's not
Ooh.
currently able to play around
There we go.
that extra board slot.
There we go. Big upgraded Galio. That feels really good.
Still not Urgot.
Yeah, the Urgot is kind of scary to not have him. But I do feel like, I mean, you have everything upgraded that you possibly could, so this doesn't feel as bad.
Yeah, right now the Anomaly is going to be the one providing the anti-heal for this board, so I like the way that that's going to go.
Yeah.
DK using that as part of the itemization.
And that Galio is huge.
Yeah.
Really big. Oh, super close. We are getting
Tough
in
look
these...
for...
Yeah, these bot 4 players are all getting really low, whereas our top 4 are still fairly healthy. We have 3 people that are basically 50 HP and above.
I think it's a really tough look for Ready. Well, the Blitzcrank came through, but we almost completely abandoned the Gwen, and now we're in a situation where, yeah, it's just not quite enough to hit Ornn 3.
Yeah, absolutely.
The perils of playing contested TFT.
Truly. And they both took really everything they could to try and ensure that they hit it, and then just unfortunately not happening.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a whole lot I could say like this player should have done different than that player. They picked their augments towards the end of that first augment round, and I'm not sure they had the time to scope each other out.
Yeah.
That's an 8th for Ready. New Jersey is not starting the day out on top.
Can only go up from here. I do think that, obviously, our other 2 tanky player, you're definitely happy to see that happen. Now you can hopefully hit your units, especially because you've probably been holding your duplicators, unless you slam them on the Samira. I'm not entirely sure, but the Ornn looking a lot more viable.
Oh, I'm scared about Asol. Where's he going?
Yeah. Yeah.
Someone needs to
He is
ask
just
this
making
space
that,
driver
yeah.
what's going
that
on.
loop in the back line. I do like it when they do that for Acel, where he's just like a little ambient plane floating around. Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
it's
that
so
in set
cool.
3. I love it. It's so fun. Yeah,
Okay,
here we go. Oh,
Shoma's
so
re-rolling down for Ornn,
yeah,
and we're
2.
one off.
Ooh, there we go. Super close. Oh,
Not quite.
unfortunate. Very, very close, though.
Deepay's in his pool, which could be a loss that's big enough to send Shoma out.
Yeah.
But as of right now, gets to fight a ghost.
Absolutely. That is a big tanky Warren. But yeah, I think the damage just really feels kind of shockingly low. Now that the more frontline units are dead, obviously looks better, but for a minute there, Samira felt like she was not doing very much.
No, and I fear part of the problem might be that Shoma does not have any shred or sunder.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's really easy for his composition right now to get stuck on a single target.
Yeah, especially when you have something like that, the Rammus just gets big.
So that really could be one of the situations he runs into if he fights someone like Deepay.
Yeah.
But at the same time, the Blitzcrank, if Blitzcrank is able to cast on the Mighty Mech, Blitzcrank could displace the Mighty Mech into a point where, you know, it stops becoming as much of an issue.
Yeah. I really love Nunu this set too. I feel like just the CC that we're seeing from Nunu, super fun unit. Really, really fun to play around.
True, I like Nunu a lot as well.
There we go. Yeah, people are super low now.
Text really did manage to pull off like this Lissandra itemization.
Yeah.
But I guess I'm still concerned that it was like a little too late in terms of the HP saved.
Right.
Maybe Text can hold on playing against Ripple or Mykill, but if Shoma hits like the Ornn 3, I'm not convinced Sandra can do a lot about it.
Yeah, I agree. I do think that the unit kind of just has a ceiling, and then, like you were saying, with hitting the itemization so late, it just doesn't feel like it'll be enough. We did hit our Ornn, though.
The Ornn is here.
Okay. Right.
This is time for a real clash of the Titans, Deepay and the two tanky Samira player. The Galio is going to have to survive for as long as possible. Blitzcrank is not finding a lot of purchase there, but Ornn looks to be the much tankier unit. Now it's time for the Annihilator. Bard does not manage to chew through the Ornn just yet.
Yeah, Acel. That Acel was hitting the back line, and it did a lot.
Yeah.
Okay, that's still a top 4 secured, though.
It is. And I like Shoma's odds against the other players in this top 4. Deepay is also going to come knocking on the door, so...
Yeah, absolutely. I think that taking this loss to 4 from Deepay, but ensuring that you're not going to see him when all of these other players are kind of in that execute range, if the fight goes poorly enough, definitely feels good.
I guess Ripple just managed to play the Challenger's Belveth anyways, and just accepted having this Briar forever.
Right.
The way that the front line ended up splitting does seem a little bit worrying for Shoma, though.
Really. Wow. Yeah. They just shred through it so fast, too. Oh my gosh. Okay. Wow.
It's a whole lot.
Still sitting with that 50 gold though.
Yeah, I
I
think
guess there's not a whole lot to do with it, but
like it's a
you
little
can't.
bit nerve wracking, but I guess,
Yeah,
yeah.
like you can't quite go 10. There is the potential that like it's a close loss and you're not just flat out winning. So kind of sit on it. Maybe you go 10. Who knows?
Well,
After
there's a
this.
adaptation to make sure the Galio ends up in a good positioning in the front line, even sacrificing some of the find your center value in order to get the positioning. But Galio is falling really
Wow.
quickly. It's a concern now that I have for Deepay that Ripple is just going to, by the power of
Yeah.
like positioning well.
Oh
Oh, the
wow!
Annihilator!
Oh my gosh! Oh wow! Is that Jin? I mean, it was everything, but that I think that 2-piece Dark Star is so strong. I think that like that 8% execute is huge, especially when it's only on 2 units. Like that's all it takes. I think it's so good, and I think that that's an example of why it's so good. Is like if you didn't have the Dark Star and if you didn't have that execute, that fight goes on for a second longer and you lose it.
Mm. I feel
Yes.
like it's so hard to tell how much the Annihilator is going to do, but that was a moment where it really did seem like it had so much impact.
Yeah, that's true. Oh. Well, just didn't quite have it for the last fight. Super, super close though. They were both down to that single digit HP.
Yeah, I guess it came down to positioning with Ripple being able to mind game a little bit of the side selection with Deepay. I feel like
Yeah.
in the fight before, Deepay was willing to make a little bit of a positioning sacrifice to move away
Hmm.
from find your center and have this gargoyle unit go to the right hand side. But in that second to last fight, all of Ripple's damage still ended up being focused towards that Galio, and the gargoyle stone plates got a lot of value. As for the fight that followed, the very last fight where Ripple was able to beat Deepay, that side switch I think made a really big difference.
Yeah,
Akali and Jinx found so much value on the left hand side of the fight.
absolutely. I think that also just so many items on both sides, but having like these 3 offensive damage items on both your Belveth and your Jinx, and then having the anomaly and everything on your Akali, it's so much damage and so much damage output that there's not a whole lot that can be done, even with the multiple gargoyles and everything.
Yeah, I guess it can't also be understated that No Scout No Pivot had a really big impact on the power level of that board. I was a little bit doubtful that it could happen, but Ripple really did make the most out of that augment, and I feel like it really is an augment that we see less and less of as one cost reroll has fallen out of favor in this set, but it is still a very powerful one if you have a spot like his spot in that stage 1 or in that stage 2 where we saw so many Rek'Sais already being there, that perfect Primordian start.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that Primordian and No Scout No Pivot, they just go hand in hand. It's exactly the playstyle that you want. Your early units that you're gonna 3-star that are gonna be there the whole time, except for maybe the Briar now and then. Obviously, you kind of got to make a little bit of a sacrifice here to keep her on your board, but incredibly strong.
Yeah. With all of that, we are going to come back to this lobby, but first we're going to take a very quick break, and we'll see you very soon.
It's cool. I like that.
Welcome back, everyone, to Game 2 of our coverage of Week 1 of the America's Regionals Finals. I am Invective, joined once again by Twonky, and we're back with the very same lobby.
Yeah, I'm super excited. I think that I got a little bit of the one cost reroll that I'd been wanting in seeing that Primordium board last game. So now I'm open to anything, and I'll be excited to watch whatever people end up playing.
Well, there is an interesting situation here with the Emblem Ensemble. So far, Tex has an interesting Darkstar position, and that Lysandra Cho'Gath combination, as well as the Mordekaisers, seem all
Wow.
very compelling right now.
Absolutely. I hate playing these. I love watching it with all of these emblems. I hate playing it. My brain is not big enough. I just I have to stare at the team builder for like 15 minutes trying to logic out what I want to do and where I'm gonna end up. It gets so confusing with all of them. I love it. It's fun to watch. I'll give it that.
It is very fun to watch. As far as players to watch out for, I feel like one player here is absolutely going to be Silencer. I think Silencer has a spot to play around Anima. And it will be interesting to see if that is the direction we go with the early game. So far we have Primordian, and I would say that because we have Briar and Aurora on our bench, we do have the option to play Anima right out of the gate. But maybe we're going to see our augments first and see whether one of these, the Tiny Titans, could maybe give us a direction for that.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I think it's Tiny Titans and it's Anima start immediately.
You know what I think is a shame? I think it's a shame that Tiny Titans no longer makes you slow. Because there's no reason for you to be slow anymore. Because there are no carousels.
Right. Yeah. I do like this a lot. I think that this is great. I also think that with the Marauder and the Timebreaker, just both of those are really strong, like splashable.
I agree.
Synergies. Oh my gosh, I couldn't think of the word.
This is a ridiculously strong start for Ripple, though. As far as this goes, I feel like it's so rare.
Yeah,
I'm going to do so much work. In addition to the fact that this I think transitions really well into playing around Master Yi if the Psionic is good.
Yeah, for sure.
And if not, I think it's still a very usable set of emblems if Ripple wants to play around Jinx.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ripple was so successful with Jinx in the last game. Maybe we should just run it back, right?
True.
How do you like Dupe's spot right now?
I like it. I think that Arbiter, I don't know what law we ended up with. I think that Arbiter in general feels, and maybe it's just a me thing, 3 times, so it's an AP one. I think that's pretty good, especially when you've able to splash the conduit with the MF and everything. Obviously, the backline just doesn't have the damage output, so it's gonna feel a little slow right now. But I am intrigued to see kind of if you keep going.
Yeah, this could definitely turn into a LeBlanc spot.
Yeah.
Um, I am a little bit worried about this spatula because I feel like this spatula is hard to do something with, where we have like these great utility options with Voyager and Bastion that were offered to us with the Emblem Ensemble. But I don't
Right.
know if the spatula fits in with like a vertical that would go with the rest of the stuff that we have been offered.
Yeah. I think that's totally fair. I do think that this looks like we're gonna play LeBlanc. I think because it was the auto attack based AP steroid, so definitely. Oh, I was gonna say normally you put like a nice little rage blade on her and then she's just stacking AP.
Yeah, if we have some way to get a Reforger, I think the
Yeah,
Reforger could make this like a Shepherd emblem, and a Shepherd emblem
absolutely.
would be really appealing to me here.
Yeah, for sure. I think that obviously holding that Teemo, we're definitely in general looking towards Shepard one way or another, and then having that emblem would be huge.
Well, Silencer could end up taking even more HP and just play for like a crazy sized cash out this game.
Yeah.
At this
I
point,
mean,
I don't know if there's someone who's like out to stop him. I would like to take a look at Tex maybe to see if Tex is in a position where they're willing to grief. I'm not convinced that they are willing to
yeah,
grief.
I'm not either. I think that this is really going to be a huge anime cash out. Just so much HP to work with. You can sit there and lose for a long time.
You really can. Well, I would love to tune back into Silencer in like 2.5 hours when we've finally gotten down to one life and we're cashing out the 700 cash out.
Yeah, absolutely. I like
Ripple is
the
so strong.
Yeah, with the Psionic emblem too, you have a couple of players that have it. It just, I mean, obviously depending on the items, but if it's good Psionic emblems, I feel like it feels so good and makes it because it's only 4 units, and it makes it a lot more versatile if you can like not have to run either the Victor or the Pike or something, and you can actually go a bit harder into maybe it's a conduit and maybe it's another marauder or something just by having the emblem.
I agree. There is a lot of interesting stuff you can get done in a late game. Wow. I really cannot wait for the clash between Michael and Shaco. They both
Yeah.
have such powerful openers. Having the Shepherd 5 at this stage of the game
Yeah,
is a huge challenge for a lot of these early game boards to deal with.
absolutely. Yeah, that's such an incredibly strong board.
And can you just imagine like how much it is that the rest of the lobby feels like they're caught between like a rock and a hard place? Like Ripple
Yeah.
and Shaco up at the top here, and then like you can't lose too much HP either, because then Tex or like someone like Tex, you know, Silencer later on this game is going to be coming knocking at your door
Yeah,
with like
absolutely.
5,000 anima items.
Yeah. It is really scary, and I think that like again looking at this lobby, it's kind of there's nobody who's willing to sack to really mess up the anima cash out, so you know it's there and you know it's coming, and you have to really hope that he just can't get it online for whatever reason, and because the other option is you have to just brute force into whatever that anima cash out ends up being, and it's gonna be big and it's gonna be impossible.
Yeah, I guess the other thing I would say about it is it might be hard for Silencer to even know um, what the expected cash outs are going to be above a certain cash out level. Like if Silencer really wants to take it to above 500, I don't think most players have ever seen a cash out above 500 in terms of like
Yeah.
their regular gameplay. This is really an outlier situation where we
Yeah.
were guaranteed to have Anima before going into our augment, and then we took Tiny Titans, and then we already
Yeah.
started being offered more. We already started being offered more HP from Soraka.
Yeah. Absolutely. This is definitely the stars kind of aligned to make it happen. It's not something that you can just try and force in other lobbies. Because then again, the other thing is that like with all of these emblems, people feel like they're less willing to kind of just, you know, sandbag a round or two to kind of disrupt it. Everybody has their comps and they're kind of like actually playing them out, buying their units. They have the things that they want. They're not willing to sell out their board, and so you don't have anybody who's willing to contest the loss streak.
Yeah. Reddy is digging right now for Construct a Companion, which I feel like this is a little bit bold. I think he's really looking for the Poppy here. If he doesn't see the Poppy, is there a backup plan though? Like we are very low on gold, and we need to make this spot like a more secure spot now.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we're gonna have to wait another round and just hope that Poppy appears, because you really don't want to sit here and just roll down for it right now. I mean, better at 6 when you can also hit your NARs and hit like anything else you're looking to print later, but definitely feels terrible when you still don't have the 6 meeple. You also aren't at a place where you can just hit it while you're rolling. Definitely feels kind of awkward.
But what is really fortunate is hitting this Rammus. I feel like this Rammus has made such
absolutely.
a difference, and it is changing the game against Shaco here, who we thought was looking so powerful, and also hit a 4-cost in the Morgana. I guess the other thing I would say for Reddy is that because we have both... Oh no, we don't have Corki.
Yeah. We're missing the Corki, and we can't hit the Corki right now, so... I think that's good though. I do like dropping the Fizz to be able to splash Voyager. More 5 Shepherd. I think that Shepherd is really strong. And it got a little bit of a buff for the recently. I think for the like 3 and 5.
Yeah, maybe like an adjustment back. I feel like I remember Shepherd being a little bit weakened earlier on.
Yes.
I'm not sure how I feel about Michael. Because I feel like this spot...
I think it falls off. And that's kind of scary, but I love Timebreaker. I think that 3 and 4 Timebreaker is a lot of fun. I think that especially when you have the Timebreaker emblem and you can put it on a unit like that Gnar or anything else that is already stacking attack speed, super good. I think it would also be really fun on a Caitlyn, but that's just... in my head, I think it would be fun.
Yeah, I think there's a huge benefit for Michael if he's able to win a few more rounds here to get to level 8, get to level 9, and that could be one way to win the game. He's already level 7.
Yeah.
So he is a bit ahead of the curve in that regard, but he's not alone. Shoma is also here at this level, and Michael doesn't have that much of a streak or that strong looking of a board. So I'm a little concerned with whether he's going to be able to win those rounds and get the EXP from Timebreaker.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay.
Well,
I think that
we are going to be putting that to the test.
Yeah, I think the Nova emblem is also just like really strong. Because all it takes is a 2-piece, especially for something that's like, say you were running the Aatrox, and it's so much shred. I feel like some of the Nova abilities just have so much value to where, especially if you have the emblem and you don't even have to commit 2 slots to Nova units, and you can essentially just run it with one, it feels super strong.
Yeah. Well, I think Shoma's in a situation where he ultimately could play 5 Nova
Yeah,
with
absolutely.
Kindred, Maokai, Akali, and Aatrox, but he did
Yeah.
slam the Even Shroud. So I'm not sure if
Right.
he's going to be getting value from the Aatrox later either.
Yeah. Looks like we've got Ripple and some close to some 3-stars up there.
Yeah, Ripple is still win streaking. And I
Yeah.
think like this round, if he wins this round, he's really locked into this top 4 because he is that close to hitting Jinx and Bel'Veth. It's only a matter of
Absolutely.
time.
Yeah. This Gnar is putting in so much work.
Great news for Reddy, finding the 4th copy of Gnar, so important.
Absolutely.
Otherwise, if you are not able to hit
Yeah.
if you're not able to hit a second copy, another copy of Gnar, it's very hard to print the Gnar.
Yeah. Yep. For sure.
I'm so scared for Tex.
I think that a Karma 2 here would be really, really nice, would feel really good. That helps some, but yeah, it is kind of scary. We don't have a lot of 2-star units at all.
I think now might be about the time to check in with Silencer. See how willing Silencer is to cash out above 400 or 500.
Oh, there we go.
The expedition rewards are coming
Yeah,
through.
yeah.
This is a difficult turn to do because Tex does have to select a Radiant item with the Masterwork upgrade. I think
Yeah.
that if he's not able to do that, then this turn can become really difficult. On the other hand, Silencer, whose HP looks low, the UI is still showing that Silencer has 61 HP. If that is the case, it's 31? Okay.
Wow. I mean, that's, yeah, we're cashing out at 500 for sure. I think like with our next augment, but oh my gosh. We've got that Yi who's kind of spooky.
Oh, it could be one more turn if you really wanted to, Silencer. It could be one more turn if you really wanted to.
It is so close because he's getting just so much. Oh my gosh.
Group
I
Hug
think you
seems
see,
really awesome.
yeah. You see what you get.
A 2-star Fiora and a 2-star. Oh, that is
Wow.
the one. I think you have to be willing to take that just because of that part of the cash out.
Yeah, that's, oh my gosh.
Oh, the Graves as well.
Yeah. Oh, that's a big fish.
It is a big fish. And you know what? I'm happy that you said fish because, like, I feel like a lot of people call Tom Kench a frog, but
They
that's not what
absolutely
he is.
do, yeah. He is not, he is a catfish.
Michael did end up in the LeBlanc. And
yeah. With the Rage Blade and everything, I think that's kind of what we were thinking, and I do like that.
It's sort of like an unpleasant surprise to be fighting Silencer.
Yeah, absolutely. Because, oh my gosh, it's just so much damage.
And I wonder how willing we are to move the Lioness's Lament off the Tom Kench in the future. I know that it's like a very powerful, like
Right.
I think the effect of the item is like sort of a mixed effect in terms of the stats that it gives and what it does based off of your stats to do damage. I'm not really sure. Shoma seems like this is the unfortunate thing. The Anima cash out guy just cashed out and hit everything in your composition. So now you look really depressed.
Yeah, you are definitely quite sad.
Oh, and fighting Ripple this turn is also very difficult. Look at how much stuff Ripple has. The Jinx and the Bel'Veth
Yeah.
both cashed out. Both upgraded, I mean.
Oh my goodness.
Well, Fiora
Not
did so much
enough
work.
though. Fiora is crazy with those mittens. Wow.
This is a little bit of a choice that like it's tough to make that choice whether you are willing to
Right.
take the Starlight Hex or the the Blessing. I feel like neither of these are very strong, especially for
Yeah.
someone like Silencer, and maybe that's why Silencer ends up with the Soraka's boon, where everybody else has Yasuo.
Right. Yeah. Oh,
But I have to say, like, Starlight is not the worst thing to put on a frontliner.
yeah.
That 3 mana regeneration could have been really strong for the Tahm Kench.
Mm-hmm. That is a big dragon also.
It is a big dragon. And this Dark Star setup, I think, it's going to be favorable a lot of the time, but
Yeah.
this is a matchup where I am a little concerned. The Master Yi is in a bad spot in regards to getting hit by the Aesol laser.
Right.
Oh my god, Master Yi disappeared.
Wow. Yeah, this Aesol, oh my gosh. He's got the Radiant Hat and what is it, 45% from Dark Star? Oh my goodness.
A lot of raw ability power.
Absolutely.
And Tex is sort of abusing the fact that some of our players are going to be very locked into their positioning in order to make use of, all of that power that Aesol provides.
Yeah, especially also like you were saying with the hexes and stuff, because so many people are playing that with the Yasuo favor. It is a lot of locking yourself into one position.
Yeah. To be honest, like it is something that I like to do myself. I like to not have to think very much about my positioning and lock myself into a spot with,
No, for sure. I feel that.
I feel like Reddy's backline looks really strong. This Nar situation is one where like I guess I would say it can become complicated when you don't have the duo carry, but the Corki looked like it was doing a lot of work in that fight.
Right, and I think with the sniper on the Corki too, definitely feels good.
Choices to be made for Ripple. Ripple seemed like he was so strong in that previous game with the reroll setup. It was very similar to this one, but I think in this one we're going to try to move away from Briar, because we aren't necessarily playing around the Briar 3, we're not necessarily playing around the Rogues. And now we're looking at, well, we have a Vanguard emblem. Is it a good choice to play around Blitzcrank or Nunu 2? And the Nunu 2 is going to come in.
Yeah, that Nunu is huge. I think also just like the pure CC that you get from Nunu, it feels really, really good.
Yeah, it looks like a great spot now. And hopefully that's enough for Ripple to turn around what is a very quick downslide from 100 HP down to below 50.
Absolutely. And I think that this is obviously it's a lobby with a bunch of emblems, so that skews it too, but I also think that you're kind of seeing that not having the no scout no pivot and how much that really was doing in the previous game.
Yes, it can make a really big difference. This round between Shaco and Shoma, I'm a little concerned by how quickly Master Yi has found his way onto the backline, how Fiora has already started hitting Nami, but Master Yi is going to go back onto Morgana, take that direct burst from Nami, and now it's like one frontliner and one backliner on each side, fighting it out.
Wow.
Morgana didn't get the last cast off.
Oh.
Kindra's gonna finish the fight for Shoma.
That was really close, though.
It's those moments where you just wish your unit had a little bit more attack speed,
Yep,
or like
absolutely.
that mana regeneration from the Starlight
Yeah.
Hex maybe.
Yeah, that's true. Okay. I do like this. I like the LeBlanc a lot. I think that Shepherd is really strong in it. It had a period of time where I feel like it was overpowered and I was seeing a lot more of it, but it kind of fell off and it got nerfed. And I do really like LeBlanc. I feel like she hasn't gotten her time in the sun, so to say, this set, where she hasn't felt super strong in any of the comps that she's been in. So I would like to see some more of her, but I'm not sure that we'll get it.
Yeah, I'm with you overall. I feel like Michael being locked into best friends positioning made a bit of a difference in this particular fight.
Hmm.
Difficult in that regard to change our positioning and not get dragged, some of our frontline dragged to the other side by what Ripple is doing. And that is,
Right.
I feel like, what made the difference with this fight again. Like Ripple demonstrating a mastery of the positioning with these challengers.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we also saw quite a few of our kind of top 3, top 4 players hit a lot of upgrades. We have a couple more 3-star units on the boards now. Oh, wow.
Not enough damage at the end there
Not
for
quite.
Ripple.
Yeah. Everything is super low, though.
It is. Ready just hit everything, but
Yeah.
doesn't have quite enough to get to level 9. I do think that this 5 or the 4 Voyager 3 sniper setup, there's so much damage amp, and I do
Yes.
enjoy the way that the itemization has gone with the
Hmm.
death blades, with the infinity edges, building on these various sources of damage. But if you look at, oh wow, the matchup is set. It is always going to be Ripple, and the Rammus is in position to tank up all of these challenger units with all of
Yeah.
the armor that this unit has. I feel like Rammus could stand up for a very long time. He's been
Wow.
tracking that
Oh my
cosmic tech
gosh.
for so long, and it means that Gnar has so much time to fire. But is he gonna get the
Oh,
jinx?
yeah.
He is. Reddy
Oh,
stays alive. Ripple dashes one life.
so close. Wow. Yeah. That Rammus was absolutely massive in that round. I think just in general, the unit is so strong and so tanky. But then with the positioning, making sure that he is soaking like so much of the challenger damage is just, it was a lot. It did exactly what it needed to do.
Yeah, now the two matchups for Ripple are looking really difficult. Going up against Tex, that Darkstar player, or the Ghost of Silencer. That means Silencer is going to be fighting 2 players this round, potentially taking 2 lives down. That Graves looks really powerful with the melt through, with all of that like extra penetration on those auto attacks. Tom Kench standing so strong, and despite
Oh,
some of those
wow.
frontliners falling, wow, that Graves is still doing so
Oh.
much damage. It's gonna be the end for Ripple, and it's gonna be the end for Ready too.
Oh. Yeah, I think that Fiora also wrapped really nicely in the beginning of that fight too.
It's not really a bad result for Ripple, but like it's buoyed so much by taking first in that first game.
Absolutely.
At the same time, for Ready, who went 8th in the first game, it's so good to have a top 4 on your
For sure.
confidence on the score sheet. Like that makes a big difference, and it means that Ready is starting to climb out from that first day elimination, where after 6 games you could be out of this week 1 of competition.
Absolutely. New Jersey will prevail.
New Jersey very well may prevail.
This front line is so tanky. Also, the Fiora is so scary. Just the itemization on her. Already a really strong unit, and then having the Hodge, and then she's a lot harder to kill.
Yeah, and she has this evasiveness, right? That you can see her
Oh
soul
my god.
moves her out of the path of the Aurelian Soul Laser.
Yeah.
Means that,
Wow.
unlike Master Yi, she's not going to get blown up in a single moment. And Silencer, after cashing out, just made very safe decisions, took the Soraka boon, you know, has been healing up all this time, and is now about to crest above 50 HP again.
Yeah. Wow. I like this a lot. I think that anima is so fun. I know that we've seen it a few times with a couple people who are playing for these really, really big cash outs, and they're making it, and they're hitting it, and they're getting exactly what they need to go first. But I think that this one was just such a perfect setup for anima, and being able to take that like 500 cash out was absolutely massive.
Yeah, I mean 6 Marauders as well.
Yeah.
I have to imagine that this is a situation where Silencer was able to reforge the anima emblem.
Yeah.
And I don't know how many reforgers he got, but those reforgers definitely came in clutch.
Absolutely.
To, you know, guarantee a victory, because just being able to retool stuff that you are no longer using, get extra value from it, means that Silencer is in such a powerful position. Like, there's so many pieces on this board that would individually be game winning. 6 Marauder Graves with an acceleration hex, this Fiora 2, the Tom Kench with 2 anima items.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, for sure. And like you look at the side and you look at all of those synergies, and it's so many.
Yeah. And try as I might, it's very hard for me to hype up Shaco in this matchup, because the sheer power level difference, you can just see it. Graves could win this fight alone. Fiora does so much work, and the Tom Kench doesn't have a dent of damage in him.
Absolutely.
That catfish is doing the most work.
Yeah, I think that was so great. I love immediately you have the anima emblem, you have the 2 units that you need to make that 3-piece. You see your first augment is Tiny Titans, and you know what you're doing immediately.
Yeah, you're really off to the races. As soon as someone isn't necessarily going to be on your case griefing you, you know, Tex ended up having a really strong finish this game as well. With these Dark Stars, he was able to hit the Aurelian Soul 2, cash out Expedition, and hit Jin as well. That being said, though, I feel like that wasn't guaranteed for Tex. And if the loss streak had not gone the way that it was supposed to in that regard, I feel like Tex could have seen a really early exit. And the matchmaking, I have to say, might have also been favorable at that point.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that, I mean, you can see on the board, he wasn't as leveled as a lot of these other players, especially in our top 4, but the Acel was just doing so much damage. Just the raw AP on the unit was staggering. With the Dark Star, both as the big ascended Dark Star, I don't remember what they actually call it, and then the Radiant Hat and everything, and the Voyager, just so much damage.
Yeah, I think it's called like Supermassive, but I don't know if that's not something you should know. That's just something that I know because I read the tooltips too much.
Yeah,
and I
it
don't
is
think
definitely Supermassive.
Yeah, well, okay, Aurelian Soul did do quite a lot of work, but ultimately it came down to that anima cash out. Yeah, I think that's a game that players dream of having. I wish that the 500 cash out was worse, so that Silencer had an incentive to take the 600 cash out, because it was doable. It was absolutely doable, but Silencer chose a guaranteed victory, and I can't blame him for that.
Yeah, for sure, especially taking it like this early in the day. Just maybe frees you up to kind of play a little bit looser. later on. I don't think anybody does that, but I like the idea of like maybe in game 5 you're like, oh, I have this really weird angle, maybe I'll just full send it, and then you get some really funky stuff. But
Yeah. Our standings are not quite complete just yet, but as for right now, we are being informed that we have the potential to watch another game that was delayed. So we'll head into that in just a second. But as you can see, some of the players that took first place in our first lobbies, Pokygon, Ripple was the one that we were able to watch. And then a collection of other very powerful competitors, CMB, who is one of the strongest players out of Brazil, Bobster, who is trying to reclaim a spot in the TPC, Ego, and I think that's it because there are 5 lobbies and we've covered 5 players. So yeah, we're going to see you in a little bit, take a little vocal rest, but we're going to be looking at one of those other lobbies in the meantime. Hello, hello. We're back with some extra special coverage of a lobby that's gonna be paused. Wow.
Incredible timing. When it unpauses, though,
They
we will
got
be
me.
here. It's so funny. We see some NAR printer, though.
Yeah. I'm a little concerned for precedent. This match history with the 4 losses in a row does not seem to me that this is a board that's going to be stable enough to get to 9 NARs.
Yeah. It is kind of scary when you get to like these last 2 prints that it needs, and you're low already or getting low. Because that's 4 rounds? That's forever.
Yeah, and then like so much of the value of this NAR printer also comes in the form of being able to transition to a board that does not have 7 meeples on it.
Yes, absolutely. And having basically none of those units ready, which I mean, I guess you have 4 rounds until your NAR is done printing anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But also, again, like we were saying, with Voyager being so contested, which is normally what you're kind of pivoting into with that NAR, just after the buffs, there's so many more comps and so many more options where you're running the Mighty Mech and the Karma that I think it's kind of scary.
Oh, good job, Corky!
Wow, he got it.
Corky keeps the hopes alive for precedent.
I do like that Timebreaker and the sniper on the Corky. I think that's feels like it makes him really strong without having to commit some of your other items to him.
Yes. As for like the state of the lobby, while we were gone, I believe that I saw Cool Guy Dom was an anima cash out. And
Yeah,
gotta say this, I think Cool Guy Dom might also represent the great state of New Jersey. So
perfect. Yeah, we can see that at least one anima item. I don't know if there was anything else that he ended up with because
I
we're a
believe
little
he
bit
has
late.
the Annihilator.
But...
So it's like a lot
Oh,
like the last Max
right,
which
yeah.
I saw.
Okay.
Meanwhile, here's the Stark Star reroll from Solus. It does have like a lot of strong pieces with the Radiant Hat, with the Lysandra and Cho'Gath 3, and I believe 6 Dark Star, but the itemization doesn't look super strong.
Yeah. We are seeing this Alawi 3, which is kind of interesting.
I feel like this is something that hasn't been popular for a very long time.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like I think that Victor got a little bit of a buff in the last patch, and he was feeling lackluster before that, so I think that makes sense. I think that, I mean, this triple gargoyles on Alawi makes her very formidable.
Yes, and Black Sheep is able to take a victory over Precedent, who, as we have recognized, not the strongest guy ever right now.
Yeah,
just has the NAR2.
He is working on that last NAR. I'm assuming 2 rounds at this point.
Yeah, I think one more round. One more round, and you might get there. Jersey is playing the Fate Weavers that you were talking about.
Yes! Yay! I do like this one cost reroll. I think that... I mean, it looks like it's going pretty well, so... Maybe we'll see some more low cost reroll.
Yeah, I guess I would... In understanding what happened here, I feel like this was the spot that started off with just like a really powerful early game. We got like the Mogul's Mail online, and we've been able to build like this very healthy barrier between us and the rest of the lobby, but that one hurts. That loss.
So that's my other issue with the low cost reroll. Is I think that it's in a state where it's, if you hit it and you hit it well, it's in a state where it can get you that top 4, but it's not winning lobbies. It's just... Oh, there's the NAR. Got our NAR online, which is very exciting. Oh, and the Poppy.
Also hit Poppy 3, yeah.
Okay.
It might not be enough to beat Cool Guy Dom, but depending on the matchmaking, I think that this could keep Precedent alive.
Yeah. I think surely it's at least buys you another turn. You're taking better losses if you're taking losses.
Now we're fighting against Dink Memes. I think that this matchup looks quite a bit more favorable.
Absolutely. Ooh, and printed a Riven. Or abducted a Riven, I guess.
Yeah. I feel like Precedent wasn't ready to print something this turn. Maybe could have printed a 1 cost.
Yeah. Definitely could have.
CMB, I feel like this position is one that it's like a little bit rare to see with Lulu players, where you hit just 2 of the guys, Jax and Lulu, and then you end up getting to level 8. This feels a little bit uncommon to me, but nonetheless, this is a powerful spot. Well, it looks like we're fighting the Grim Reaper, but like...
Yeah. That's definitely kind of spooky. I mean, this ASOL in general, it's just huge. Insane damage output, and can just hit the backline for free. Wow. Lulu printed a lot of money, but it does not matter if you are too dead to spend it.
It's a massive hit to CMB, and CMB was one of those players who took first in the first lobby, so that balances things out a little bit. But I feel really bad for Solus, who is starting off the day with 2 8th places, and that's such a steep hill to climb back from.
Yeah. A very nice empty board.
This is awesome.
Yeah. Ah, beautiful. Wow. Yeah. I mean, I think that 1 cost isn't great. Late in the game, it really is not looking like something I want to be playing, but...
Yeah. Precedent manages to survive with 5th place. I feel like that's a great result, given what could have happened.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you feel like Dink Memes or JRC could challenge... Actually, maybe not JRC. Do you think Dink Memes is not strong enough to challenge Cool Guy Dom's cash out?
I don't know. I feel like this cash out has just been really, really big. And just the ASOL and having the upgraded ASOL to where he can just free hit everything instead of kind of being locked in on 1 unit just feels like it's so much, especially with 3 items. I don't like the idea of like going anima, cashing out, and then you just get to win. But when you're doing it like this, when you're loss streaking so much and you're like actually playing it's definitely super rewarding. I love an underdog story.
Yeah, I guess I'd also have to point out, I think this is like this is a spot where Cool Guy Dom took flexible and then like started the game with an anima emblem.
Yeah.
So maybe the fight.
Wow, that Riven. Oh wow. Sniper Blitzcrank.
Like one of the slimmest of margins.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
But now it's possible, like, someone could take out JRC, could take out Dank Memes. I don't know. Okay, JRC looks like they're fighting Cool Guy Dom. So then Dank Memes versus Black Sheep is going to be a matchup.
These are all super, super close. It's definitely going to be whoever can take a better loss.
Ooh, and we're going to get the split screen. So Dank Memes is going to be going up against Black Sheep on the left. that Victor could get a really nice angle on the Riven, but the Riven could also sneak her way into the backline. We'll see how much Pyke is able to do as well. I think Pyke is just going to blow up, and then, oh, the way the Riven
Wow.
Rogue proc worked, everyone ended up being moved over. Is the Victor damage going to come through?
Oh my gosh.
It is, and Dank Memes is dead as well as JRC.
Wow. Okay. Wow. Yeah. I like the sniper on the Blitzcrank. I think that's fun.
It is a lot of fun. Am I concerned a little bit for... Wow, wait, that's a lot of karmas.
That is a lot of karmas.
It's like sort of a style points karma.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, that's not quite gonna happen here. But there is a chance that Cool Guy Dom just ends up winning the round anyways.
True.
A very high chance.
Yep.
A chance that's
Yeah.
close to 100%.
Wow. Oh my gosh. Just completely blows up the back line.
A victory for New Jersey!
Let's go.
Okay, so we've watched 3 lobbies so far. Anima Cash Outs have won all of the lobbies. How are you feeling about that, Twunky?
You know, it's hard to be mad about it though, because I mean, they're committing so hard. And I do feel like every time that we're seeing it, especially in these last games, where you have that like really early anima and you can take the extra HP, it's like it's so perfect that you can't not play it. And then it's hard to be mad when that wins, because it is just like it was set up for success from the beginning. And then having pro players kind of piloting that comp, like there was no way it loses.
Yeah, I like watching the mech as well, but I am like a little bit more compelled by stuff like Silencer's POV,
Yeah.
where it's actually just like such a 1 in a million spot that there are some meaningful choices like breakpoints between 500 and 600
Yeah,
of anima
absolutely.
that almost you never get to see. So even if it's not like, even if Silencer or a player like Silencer does end up becoming the Grim Reaper at the end of the day, it's compelling to me in part because it's interesting to watch the decisions that ultimately end up being really important to that victory. And for example, we saw Silencer make a huge snap decision to take the Fiora along with those 2 anima items earlier on in that game. I will say, like, stuff like this Mighty Mech has also proven to be beatable, where in the first game Ripple was able to manage to beat the Mighty Mech cash out. So there's definitely still some room to maneuver around the anima cash outs.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that in none of the games has it felt like you just go anima and you win. It feels like this is the best choice that you can make based on like the board that you're seeing, the augments that you're being offered, the angle that you have, and then they're playing it and they're playing it well, and that's why you're winning, as opposed to like just, oh, you just play anima and then you take a cash out and then you win. And so it's definitely felt rewarding to watch, and I'm sure that it feels rewarding to play for those players as well.
Yeah, I will say, like, the other players in the lobby still have to be on top of being able to grief the anima cash outs, because like that's really the main point of interaction in the early stages of the game. I feel like there was a moment in game 1 that we watched where a player like Shoma could have stayed a little bit more open in order to grief the anima cash out further. That was a possibility, but he didn't choose to do that, and neither did Tex choose to grief Silencer. So it's still possible that there's some room to play on those margins, but I'm not necessarily sure if there are, like, there has to be a multitude of factors going into whether our players are willing to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I wonder if, like you were saying, there were multiple lobbies where this anima cash out is winning. I wonder if in kind of the future lobbies, once things are getting shuffled, if we are going to see players be more willing to kind of grief early and take a loss, or maybe mess up their timings a little bit just to ensure that they're really messing up these anima players.
Yeah, I agree. If we could send it to a quick break, I have to imagine that as these lobbies finish up, they're going to be reseeded ahead of Game 3. So I think we should deserve a little, but another break, and we'll see you very soon. Hi everyone, welcome back. We're about to get into our coverage of Game 3 on our day of Week 1 of the Americas Regionals Finals. I'm Invective, joined once again by Twonky, and we're going to have a look at our standings before we proceed.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's see. So format-wise, we have, 6 games today, and then they'll start cutting people after Game 8, which is tomorrow? Yes?
I think the cut starts after Game 6 today. Like,
Oh, it does. It
the
absolutely
bottom
does.
8
You're right.
players will not proceed to tomorrow.
Yeah. So getting some wins in early is definitely feels really good, kind of makes you feel a lot better going into those later games of the day. So I think that we got to see a couple of really fun wins, specifically on Anima with the Anima cash out. I'm curious to see if that impacts any of our lobbies moving forward through the rest of the day.
Yeah, I would say like there is a lot of polarization here, like ironically in the middle here, where we see Upset Max, Ego, and Bobster, each with 1 8th place and 1 1st place. Sometimes the games are just hard to navigate, and sometimes the games come really naturally. So we'll have to see which of these players hits a stride. But as for some of the stronger performers, Cool Guy Dom and Pokygom, or 2 rhyming names actually, have gone off to a very powerful start. And conversely, like at the bottom of the standings, we've had the misfortune to see some of the way that the spots for Solus, as well as the spots for Precedent, and for another player whose name I'm blanking on, but some of these players are struggling just a little bit. Players whose names we know, players like Reddy and Shoma, and like these are players who really want to either defend their spots in the TPC or claim their spots in the TPC for the first time.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think like specifically with press event, as we were seeing earlier, super good player, very prevalent TPC player, everything. Having kind of a rough start to the weekend, and so I am curious to see, hopefully, if things kind of turn around.
Yeah, and we have a little bit of a logjam because all of the co-streamers are watching Lobby 2 with us. Lobby 2 is going to have Pokygom in it, as well as a collection of other competitors like Conda, Dank Memes, Tex, Ego, JRC, GG9, and Halloweens. These are our players, and we are going to be headed into our game.
Perfect. I'm super excited. I think that I love when there's a lobby shuffle because you kind of see sometimes how players are being influenced by like the first 2 games that they played that day, and like how that lobby impacts moving forward, and maybe people change their playstyle a little bit of after seeing what other people are playing.
Yeah, I think it can be difficult to adapt over the course of a day of competition. Like sometimes the lobbies that you get can just legitimately be very difficult. And this is a lobby that I would not count out the difficulty level of this lobby. Dank Muse is someone who I think, much like Shoma, and I believe they study together, is someone who wants to reach this the TPC level that I imagine he feels he deserves, something that he's been working extremely hard towards, and a lot of his peers have accomplished that, while some very slim margins have prevented him from reaching that level in the past.
Yeah, absolutely. Ooh, there's a little bit of Primordian here, and we've seen this Primordian a little bit before. In both of our previous games that we were watching, it seemed like it wasn't. It faltered a bit in the second one after not having necessarily the great augment start that we wanted, as well as kind of just a really high capped lobby in general. But I am curious to see if maybe it's going to get some more play here.
Yeah, I'm also enthusiastic about seeing another Jinx spot, another Bel'Veth spot come through. There are gold augments for our first selection, and one of these gold augments is Warpath, which is always an interesting one to consider.
Yeah, absolutely. I like Warpath a lot. I think it's a ton of fun. And obviously, it can be hard if you start to have a rough game to like finally hit that 80 player damage and be able to cash it out. But in general, as long as you have a fairly strong board or anything like that, it feels great. It's fun to play.
Yeah, and we get the polar opposite option here as well with the Anima Commander,
Yep.
something that we saw DP take in game 1, and we are going to rip it, but oh, that could have been really punishing. We made the Briar 2, but we do have the opportunity with Briars in the shop to switch it out for a Briar 1.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, I have to say that was actually like it actually could have been punishing here.
Yeah, for sure.
There's a moment where you are offered, or where if you take Anima Commander, you can sell the Briar that you have in order for this not to combine. But
yeah.
if you don't have the presence of mind to do so, there are situations where you can end up being forced to play a Briar 2 with your Anima, and it can mess up your loss streak.
Yeah, absolutely. We did see, or we're seeing some more people who kind of look like they are going to go for that Challenger with the early Primordian into the Jinx. It looked like there were a couple of boards that were kind of set up for it.
Interesting. I feel like Tex does have the opportunity to play either Vigar or Gnar. Vigar, I think, is the consensus stronger line right now.
Yeah.
But as of right now, we don't have like super powerful backline items either way. So not so much direction.
Yeah. That's just a Gnar 2 this early feels really strong.
It does. JRC has both upgraded frontline and backline.
Yeah.
It's a winning formula, and I'd have to say, like, this is a spot I could easily see JRC getting into Gnar in the long run.
Yeah.
Just because of the way that Cluttered Mind is going to enable him to level
Absolutely.
up.
Yep.
To see all of those Meeple units and hold all of those Meeple units.
Yeah, for sure. Oh. I mean, that feels pretty strong as well. Seems like a lot of people are just kind of naturally hitting into some really strong early boards, which, I mean, feels good but also bad when you're playing Anima. It means you're going to be taking big losses, but it does mean that you'll be losing.
I guess Dank Memes might be the player who is able to contest this like loss streak. Is the only player with a 2-loss streak for the moment. So I think we'll have to tap in and see if Dank Memes is willing to take that personal risk to avoid Halloween's potentially becoming a much bigger problem down the line.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like Tex is already well on his way to having that Vigar 3.
This is a little interesting to me. I think it's our first time seeing Thresh today, and I'm interested in seeing how many of our players are willing to pick up Thresh when Thresh's boon does not give you any guaranteed value in terms of combat
absolutely.
power. So it can be difficult later on in the game to navigate a situation where you have limited HP and your boons are rolling in a direction that you don't like.
Yeah, for sure. I think that sometimes you just get a boon that like really, really messes with what you wanted to do.
Well, you're right. This is a lot of Vigars.
Yeah. Quite a few, and we do have the JG.
I feel like Tex is set up really well. I would be willing to level here. I don't know how you feel about it, but leveling up for Replicator seems powerful to me.
Yeah, I think it's fine. Obviously, we feel a lot better if we had like 1 gold and could sell the right side of our bench and still like guarantee that we're hitting eco. But I mean, at this point, you've got 6 and it's a 1 cost, so you're printing in 3 rounds. You really just want to kind of get in to get, I mean, this Rammus that you're staring down and also a Corki.
Yeah, I have to say, like, we don't have access to all of the scouting information that someone like JRC does as they're looking quickly around the rest of the boards. It's entirely possible that the matchups were either very like polarized. Either we win or we
Right.
lose, and
Right.
leveling up for replicator doesn't make that difference. So that econ interval, yeah, you just have to make it.
Yeah. Ooh. Is it? I mean, everybody's got the little sprite. Is that a spectator bug, or do you think that they made everybody play the sprite?
That's interesting. I'm not sure. I will say Halloween's the loss streak is completely unperturbed. I believe
Yeah.
Halloween's outsacked Dank Memes last round. You can see Dank Memes has that one win streak.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
the anima is going to continue.
Absolutely. And there are so many of these boards that feel really, really strong. I feel like we keep looking at boards and I'm like, I'd be happy to be playing that at 2-6. And then we go to another board and I'm like, oh, that's even better.
Yeah, JRC really is like such a powerhouse right now with the Naruto and the Ranis.
Yeah.
Like looking at this state of affairs, it's just discouraging for other players. And I would say that the other upside of this is that JRC is about to be able to slot in through Timebreaker as well.
Yeah.
So there's going to be so much economic power here as long as we're able to keep winning. And winning
Absolutely.
looks like something that it's not something you can take for granted. If you look at someone like Ego, there's so
Yeah.
much power on the board here. But if you can avoid this
Absolutely.
matchup, like Ego has spent so much money, does not have the econ that you have if you're JRC.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like the MF2, the Jinx 2, plus an upgraded frontline, just really, really strong, especially at 4 Challenger with that emblem. Huge.
On the other hand, I am a little bit concerned for someone like GG9. I feel as though this spot makes me anxious for how much econ we're gonna have, given we already are taking Cluttered Mind, but our loss
Right.
streak is not like continued. Now we're fighting these powerful boards like JRC's. This feels a little tough.
Yeah. Just that Rammus with like 2 items that early. Oh my gosh.
He's like indestructible.
Yeah.
And JRC is not greeting, not playing the 3 Timebreaker, as I was alluding to, just playing 5 meatballs. I can't blame him. That win streak is looking very appealing to me.
Yeah, absolutely.
How do you feel about these choices?
I was gonna say, definitely not some of them, but I like grab bag a lot. I'm also just like really greedy about items. I feel like I really like having options. And yeah, being able to feel like I have the versatility of putting in additional frontline items or backline items feels really good, and just having more items than anybody else currently.
I like that. I'm a little bit surprised that we ended up trying to reforge the glove.
Right.
I feel like the sword is harder to use, but I'm going to trust what Tex has for intuition here, as we are going to proceed with the Vigar position,
Yeah.
and we do have 7
Ooh.
out of 9 Vigars.
Yeah, that's a lot of Vigars. There's a crown on the other board though. It's
Yes.
kind of interesting.
And Dank Memes is farming the Leonas up. I feel like that crown is going to look really good on LeBlanc later on.
Yeah.
With such a powerful frontliner as the Leona. Or if Dank Memes is feeling really brave, there are some rounds where you could put the crown on the Leona as like a health regeneration.
Right,
item.
right. Okay. We are seeing just a lot more Primordian just on the board in general than we have in previous patches as well. I'm a big fan. I like it. I think that really solid early 3-piece to just kind of throw in, and then especially when you're getting that additional like unit print and it's not guaranteed, but it's really nice, especially like we were talking about a little bit. You're seeing some more lower cost reroll being something that people are playing, and it doesn't feel like it's winning you games, but it does feel like it's getting you through this mid part of the game to where you can be getting that like top 4. And if that's what you're playing for, then maybe you are playing these more 1 and 2 cost reroll comps.
Yeah, I like the direction so far. This rapid fire cannon could be a big, could be a big pickup for GG9.
Yeah.
I think that it can change the way that some of these melee carries play, particularly maybe the Master Yi, is a unit that could benefit from that here.
Right. Oh yeah, super close to that Vigar also.
Yeah, I believe Dank Memes also just cashed out the Leona 3 because we're no longer seeing that on the graphic.
Right, yeah, must have. Yep, there it is, right there.
So we're going to be getting that, and this is interesting. Which hex is this over here on the left? Dank Memes could have cashed out something really powerful like a solar hex.
Oh.
A storm hex, not bad.
Yeah. Okay. I like this, and we already have 2 items for the Leona. That feels really good.
Yeah, I think in contrast to whatever Varus was offering, this is like one of the really high level combat options that you could receive from Thresh.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like the entire front line for Conda is stunned up. It gives Teemo so much time to ramp. It gives this Leona time to get going. I think that these fights are going to look so much better for Dank Memes from here on out.
Absolutely. I mean, that Leona is a force to be reckoned with. She is huge and she is tanky.
Must take a look at Halloween's here. Halloween's
I was going to say, we are past the 400 mark.
We're going to take the Battle Bunny Grasp, though. And we do have this Xayah already on deck. I think that is a wonderful starting position to be playing around this Anima cash out in particular. For right now, we're going to be looking at itemizing Briar. But with Xayah in mind, I am curious, like, this round might be one that we lose regardless.
Yeah.
May we ask what the Stargazer is? The Serpent.
Okay.
I hate to be uninformed. I'm not sure what the relative power level is of the Serpent right now.
I'm not sure either. I think that it's better than some of the other options right now.
Yeah, I think hey, it very well could work out. Pokegam, I feel like he's in a pretty difficult position. We know how powerful Treasure Hunt can be.
Oh, that's a Jhin.
A very powerful unit for this composition. But Halloween's only has the 1 copy of Xayah so far. I can't be sure if this roll down is going exactly the way that you want it to. Well, it has 2 copies of Xayah. That's good.
Mm-hmm. That is the Jhin. Super nice. I'm gonna be able to fully itemize our Xayah also. That feels great. And has some... Oh! Okay, well there's Xayah too.
Yeah, the itemization is progressing as well. Took another bow. Maybe that's going to be the red buff.
Yeah.
And we did finally find the Nunu as well.
There we go.
I think the unit that we're missing for our front line might be Jax.
Yeah. Okay, we got... I mean, that front line is looking pretty strong. We don't quite have... Wow. Yeah, I mean, just hitting basically everything. There it is. There we go.
Yeah, a really hard matchup to be fighting right now. If you're Pocky is level 6 with only 6 Lissandras. Really is going to be relying on the Varus Spoon later to
Absolutely.
to try to fix that situation. But if you don't get the tiny duplicators, it could be wraps.
Yeah. Gosh. That is our Vigar 3, though. Oh, and looks like JRC is also pretty close to that Gnar and that Poppy.
Jersey is still
Ooh,
win streaking.
prismatic. Yeah. I mean, honestly, the champion duplicator here is kind of nice.
It
Oh,
could be really nice, yeah. I'm not sure I'd be willing to take it, but JRC certainly is.
yeah. I think that it's just it buys you 2 turns that you can be pivoting out of it. Instead of having to sit on that Gnar.
The red buff and blue buff also seem really well placed. I guess we already do
Yeah.
have Sunfire, but the red buff for the attack speed on Gnar does seem
Absolutely.
pretty good. And I guess because we have Salvage Bin, we do have the ability to change things up later on as well.
For sure. I am curious if we're gonna kind of continue with the Poppy.
Yeah, I think Poppy is absolutely something you can chase here. We'll have Gnar and like one more copy by the end of the stage, depending on how we want to spend our resources. And then I
Right.
guess the upside is also like because we're so
Ooh.
healthy, there's a chance that we can use the there's a chance that we can use this champion duplicator to play for a 3-star forecast as well.
That's true. Ooh, that's a Nami with 3 items.
That's a
Ooh,
long
double
nasty.
RC. Oh my gosh. Does he ever move? don't
I'm
really-
not convinced this is optimal.
Probably not. But it's funny.
It is funny. You're right.
Yeah, look at that. Yeah. Interesting. He's just never gonna move from that back tile.
No, he isn't. But he's not doing a whole lot either.
No. Oh, he's working on it now.
Yeah, this might be like the easiest fight in the game, but yes, he was working on it.
Oh, Eggo's pretty close to some of those 3-star upgrades also.
Time to pick for some of our players who have selected one of each God Boon. Right now,
Yeah.
I believe
Ooh.
that was Thresh, and I believe it's... Is this Tex who is picking it?
I don't know.
Conda. Okay.
Okay.
Well, I think Conda's spot actually was triple Thresh, so just random. And I guess a lot of that ended up being Econ, but this spot looks very favorable to me. All of these swords make Corky a happy boy.
Absolutely. That's a lot of death blades.
It is a lot of Death Blades. Zaya though.
Yeah, the Zaya with our anima item. Oh wow. Yeah, she just does a lot.
Really strong itemization for the Zaya, I
Look at
think.
that. Close on the Akali and the MF as well. 7 out of 9 on all of them.
Yeah, I think Jersey might really
Oh.
be playing for something like the Corky when, like, to predict if someone like Conda is going to die out, and then to go for maybe the Corky. But
Yeah.
Nex is also holding Meeples, so I'm not sure how viable this is.
Yeah, I think that we did see a lot of Meeple in this lobby compared to how much we've seen in some of the others. Obviously, there's always somebody playing it, but this lobby feels particularly heavy.
Yeah, I guess both Tex and JRC just had those powerful meeple openers. But JRC had the Gnar, Tex had the 6 Vigars. Really hard to justify
Absolutely.
making a different decision.
Yeah.
Kaisa is not doing a whole lot of
Oh
damage,
wow.
but Lissandra didn't
Oh.
do a lot of damage either.
She couldn't
Pocky is
quite
staring
get the
down
ult
the
off.
face of 8th place.
Yeah. Okay.
This is also a little frustrating. Pocky can't roll just yet. Needs to wait for the new stage to pass in order to start spending that money for the treasure hunt, get that final reward, which may be an artifact. That artifact could turn the game around just a little bit, but
Yeah.
has to avoid fighting. Has to avoid fighting Halloweens, for whom things. The Halloweens is making everything very spooky for everyone now.
Yeah, for sure. I do like that a lot, though. I really like how that board came together. With the Zaya and getting, I mean, really solid frontline on it, too. I also just think that Nunu is, like, really, really good, so...
Yeah, great itemization with those 2 protectors, vows.
Yeah.
Pocky is rolling, does have this item anvil to pop out. I don't love any of these. And
No.
the Varus's Obsession, this is going to do a little bit of work on this Kaisa, going to provide some of those stats that the previous itemization didn't provide, but Lissandra 3 is still not here, and this must be an incredibly frustrating experience for a player to watch so many other players have these 3-star 1 costs, but Lissandra
Absolutely.
just doesn't seem to be on the table. Meanwhile, JRC, even though JRC seems to be losing this fight, is going to have Poppy 3 next turn.
Yeah. Wow. Oh my gosh. Okay.
There's so much meeple violence.
There is a lot of meeple violence. We do have that, and then we can finally pivot out of it.
We're leveling to 9 so swiftly. We're getting out
Wow.
of the 5 meeple. And there's the Rammus,
Yeah.
which is so impactful. I feel like now we're looking at spending the duplicator on the Jin. And there's the
Yeah,
copy.
and there
this
he is.
could be a moment where you could slam that together.
Oh, okay. Yep.
Something happened with the salvage bin.
Huh. I don't know. What?
We're now, like... We got perfect items for Gnar, and we have pretty acceptable frontline items, but I feel like it's a bit frustrating to...
That's also a Gen 2. Oh my gosh. Wow.
This was looking really close. JRC's Gnar almost took down both the Jin and the Zaya. But it wasn't quite enough. No, I was trying to say, like, I think JRC reallocated items to be strong for Gnar, but then ended up with a lot of extra bows.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Did hit everything that we wanted there, though.
I was thinking that it might be possible to reuse some of the items that were found on the Poppy, but JRC felt like he had to make a snap decision with slamming items for that fight against Halloweens, which I don't blame him for, but I think it was like, you know, like maybe if you had 2 removers, you would be fully confident in what you were able to do there, but you only had the 1 remover, and now you're in a bit of a pickle.
Absolutely. Oh. Oh, he got it. Wow. The Vigar is so spooky until he casts.
Meeple power wins out. Pockydon manages to survive with 7th place, which is twice as good as 8th place.
True, it is. Okay. Oh. I mean, that's a pretty big TK. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think we sell and have that TK, because he's just huge.
Yeah, these...
That's a lot of items on the bench also.
This Thief Gloves is also really favorable. I think the
Yeah.
items are going to be going towards
Yes.
Kindred.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, Yi walked forward a little this time.
Crazy stuff. He maybe just not getting the kills to secure the value from rapid fire cannon.
Yeah.
Now it looks
There,
really good.
now he doesn't have to move.
Yeah. Is Tex dead? Tex is dead.
Wow. Oh yeah. Oh my gosh. That is top 4. Wow.
Unfortunately for JRC, all the Meeple players are dead, but we spent our duplicator. Just can't go for one of those Meeple 3-stars.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Oh, and there is got the crown on that LeBlanc like you were saying earlier.
About the crown on the LeBlanc, I have to say Dink Memes seems to have put this board together with a pile of scraps, but in a sense that like it's very admirable to achieve a good outcome with the pile of scraps.
Absolutely. And I mean, getting a top 4 with it, definitely can't be too mad about it.
Like, it seems like we were really locked out of playing like great items for all of our units, but we are in a position where top 4 looks likely. Well, is 4th place looks likely.
Yeah, yeah.
I think the only position he's gone today is 4th.
That's not bad. It looks like a lot of Zayas and Nunus over there for Halloween's.
That's all icing on top of the cake, right? Halloween's is just sort of collecting ways to win harder.
Absolutely. I think the double RFCU is just... He's very funny.
He is funny. How long the joke is going to last is
that's that's what I was gonna say. That's the second half of that sentence.
Halloween's is now level 10. Chose to spend some money on guaranteed value.
Yeah, I think we sold our new news and went 10 and maybe hoping to actually play for that Zaya 3.
This looks so very formidable. The Blitzcrank upgrade as well as the Frost making all of these units stat up. The trade web for this board is also very strong. I would say as of right now, the Zaya is doing an incredible amount of damage, and GG9's Mastery has not really scaled at all into this fight.
Yeah.
The joke might be over.
I think it is. Fair enough. I'm intrigued. I like this.
Well,
I mean,
JRC, how are you feeling?
I do like with the serpent, like the positioning for Halloween's. I think that's also fun.
Yeah,
because it does look a little bit ridiculous, but yeah, it is. It's a snake.
If TFT had more hexes on the board, then they could draw funnier pictures and more animals.
True, exactly. Wow, but that Gnar and the Jin really tore through that front line. I guess it wasn't the units that we really care about on that side, though.
Yeah. Hey, who knows?
Oh, there it is. Everything blew up. Wow. We are really, really close to that Zaya.
We are, and it will be very exciting to see if Halloween is able to hit. There's a Zaya in the shop for JRC. JRC, don't rat this. It's not good sportsmanship. Let Halloweens have a little bit of fun.
Yeah.
The Zaya's found her way onto the board? What do you mean?
Oh, wow.
Okay, well, one more round. Halloweens will have sweet victory. Um,
Yes, absolutely.
it's really important for Halloweens to get this victory after going, like, I think seventh in his first two games.
Right.
I think this is a tremendous outcome. And
Yeah,
yeah,
this
Anima is going to win for a
I
fourth
was gonna
time on
say, yeah,
consecutive.
this is another Anima win, which I think is both a good and bad thing. When it's this many, I'm starting to feel like uh, maybe it's a little bit too easy to hit, but every time it has felt like these players are just playing what's given to them, and what's given to them happens to be Anima.
Yeah, they're getting it from this augment a lot of the time, Anima Commander, which does
Yeah.
give you all three of the units. I think Halloween's really did escape uh, a nasty outcome where he ended up forming a Briar 2 with this augment.
Yes.
And he didn't have enough time to think that through because if there was not a Briar in the shop, I think this game actually looks a lot different. And I would also have to say, I don't know what Dank Memes stage 2 looked like, but
Right.
if there was a chance that Dank Memes could have opened up the board a little bit more, then this game would have also looked very different. But I think
Yeah.
Dank Memes was in some ways committed to farming the Leona 3, and when you are
Yeah.
committed to doing that, it can be hard to sack for Anima.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that, I mean, all of the anime games have looked different, and they've all been incredibly exciting to watch. And you're hitting these like super high cap boards every time as well. So it's hard to be upset about it.
Yes. We are going to get a look at one of the other lobbies before we say goodbye. At least me.
Yeah.
Jipe has played a very interesting game with this setup. 6 Dark Stars, Bard, Jin, and a Vanguard emblem for the Tom Kench. This has all come together really beautifully. So what is he going up against? He's going up against Challenger reroll, but without the Jinx.
Interesting.
I guess this
Yeah.
is like a Primordian reroll. It has the
Mhm.
Bel'Veth with both Radiant Giant Slayer and the Flicker Blades, which is really
Yeah.
scary, and she's doing a lot of
Yes.
damage, but
It is not enough. Oh wow.
it's a victory for DP.
Yeah. Wow.
Okay. 20, are you gonna stay on?
I believe that I am not, but I think that we are both done.
Okay, we're both done then. Do you have any shoutouts you want to give before we send it to a quick break? Maybe get our friend and co-caster Robin here to
Yeah.
play
I
for
don't
us.
think that I have anything. I had a great time. I think that it was really fun to watch a lot of anima, and now I feel like I have to go play anima, and I will immediately not win, and then I'll be mad. So I look forward to it.
Yeah, it's a nerve-wracking trait to play. I hope you enjoy your anime games. As for all of our viewers, we thank you very much for tuning in and enjoy the rest of our coverage here this weekend at Gal. Bye bye.
everybody. Captain is here now with Twonky still. We're going to be waiting a little bit longer to be joined by Robin. But for now, we are getting into our next game. Starting off here with Halloween. We have a serpent game again, which is exciting. Hi Twonky, welcome back.
I think Timebreaker is a lot of fun, and I think that because it's only a couple units and you can splash it, I just be putting it in everything.
I feel like I don't see these units enough for me to splash them anywhere. Like, I actually never see Emilio. I think he hates me or something.
That's so fair. I feel that all the time.
With that being said, I do feel that I would be tempted by the speedy double kill here with the econ.
Oh, okay.
Ego? Yes, Ego still has to make this decision.
Wow. Bodyguard training. What even is bodyguard training? I don't know that off the... Oh, okay, I did know this. Dude, there's so much Primordian now. Right? I like it. I'm a big fan. I played a lot of Primordian like early in the set, and I really liked it. So I'm glad that it's coming back.
I did too. Especially, it was helping me find my footing with Darkstar actually, and how I ended up like to play Darkstar
absolutely.
But with the return of one-cost rerolls.
Yeah.
I didn't finish taking a look around, so do that now.
There is that Challenger emblem though, which, I mean, feels really good when you've got that Belveth.
So, without the item or the emblem here on JRC's side, and kind of only working with that sword, would you move that now? I've also seen sometimes Edge of Night does come out as an early item.
Yeah, I feel like it's definitely good on her, and I would at least slam like the sword unless he's like really trying to
I guess he's trying to
lose,
lose,
it's not even
right?
like,
but
yeah. Because I mean, to be fair, hitting into something like this, even with one item, like it feels maybe could be a little bit closer than you you want it
Yeah.
to be. Obviously not this one specifically, but
Yeah, you're losing this one anyways. But
yeah,
still, I
yeah,
think you'd want to, try to it's still very early, but preserve a
yeah.
little bit of HP by killing
Right.
1 or 2 units.
Yeah, I am curious if there's any like anima players that he's thinking he's gonna hit into that are maybe potentially strong enough to where he could kind of mess up their loss streak. I guess the only one that could be is Tex probably.
Yeah, I don't remember what the pool of players was for that combat, but
Yeah. This is another challenger emblem? There's 2 people with it this game?
I think it was.
Or is it the same one? That might
Yeah,
be
I
the same
think it
one.
was the
I might be
same
going.
one.
Okay, I was gonna say that would be impressive. I feel like I've seen a lot of shepherd emblems today.
Today it does feel like they've been pretty present. I do like the summon, so I don't mind it too much.
Yeah, I think that they're fun. I think that the summon is adorable, so it's hard to not like to see it on the board. But
Oh, hello, Robin. You might be here, but when you are, you're welcome to speak anywhere.
there's a big difference in eco for some of these players here. If we're looking at like our players who have been loss streaking compared to some of those top 3, top 4 in the lobby right now, big gold difference.
There is, you're right. And I'll be curious to see if they're gonna use any of that early to maintain their win streaks respectively. We'll touch on some of them later. I'll keep an eye on Ego as well to see if they end up losing this win streak.
Yeah. Oh, wow. So we barely made it. So there is a little bit of anima, but not really feeling like that's something that we can play to a first place like we've seen in so many of our other lobbies today.
Yeah, I'm not too sure that the traits have revealed any like sort of direction for the rest of the game so far. Oh my gosh, so many hats. Well, I'm a little sad that we're seeing Varus as a god again. I would have liked to see maybe Yasuo.
Yeah, something that we hadn't seen. Even an ASOL, I think would be fun.
I don't think we've seen Evelyn today yet.
That's true, yeah, we haven't.
Or I guess it could have been one of the leftover games, but even then I don't think it was.
Right. Ooh, a prismatic. Okay. Alright, immediately belts. Quick decision. And to be fair, when you have the Ornn and you can guarantee yeah, I mean, for sure.
Okay, JRC. What do we got going on here?
Yeah, some
Did not
anima.
get
I
any
feel like
anima
this
from
is,
our emblems here.
yeah.
Oh, I'm
I feel like,
scared.
yeah, playing anima from this feels really scary. If we're at 3-2 and you haven't even broken like 200, that feels really spooky.
Oh. Okay. So we'll see what happens here. Any other augments calling out to you from this recent selection?
um, I don't feel like we've seen anything that's like too crazy. I do really like this Baron's Lair. I think that it's just good in general.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. I mean, that Ornn is just gonna be crazy. As soon as you can slam another item on him and get that Radiant. I'm really scared for
I'm
JRC
super
though.
scared.
Like, oh my
Are we
gosh.
here? We're here, right? I just know that the player cam that is available, which I'll
Yeah.
see, but sweating probably.
It's definitely kind of spooky. I mean, 52 HP, not even at 200 for the cash out.
Mm-hmm.
A ton of gold though.
So whatever happens is going to happen swift.
Yeah.
Also, I mean, so we've got a Darkstar emblem. You know, the emblems on our bench aren't the worst. Like, you could definitely make
No.
something out of
Yeah.
that. So I would maybe see a Kindred come out from this. Maybe, yeah, maybe that's like the only thing that's
Yeah.
screaming out to me right now.
I think,
Darkstar
I mean,
could be
with the
good
like,
anywhere, right?
right, exactly. And we have like the Brawler emblem and we have the Marauder, which feels kind of like you're going to lean towards this Yi, especially because a lot of those units are higher cost units.
Mm-hmm.
And so maybe we're going like 8 and we're going to play like Marauder Brawler with the Yi and then kind of splash the Darkstar somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
But it's definitely, and we've got a lot of like attack speed items. We've got the red buff. We have like Asterix or something also.
I was gonna say that would be a good starting point, even also to get a Stargazer going. But not
Right.
gonna choose that for now. But these hats are gonna keep stacking on Zoe's head.
Yeah. It's a lot of hats.
And there's 2 more on the bench.
That is a lot of hats.
It wouldn't be ideal, but it would be funny.
No. Yeah, absolutely.
If all the hats were on Zoe's head.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and there's our Ornn with absolutely insane items. And so early too. There's no hope to ever get through it.
You love to see a golden Warmogs. I think the only thing I like better is a like Spirit Visage probably.
Yeah, yeah. Oh my gosh.
Oh, wait, sorry. I just saw the gold move over here.
Yeah. So we are getting close to that 400. So maybe it's really spooky though. I think that I mean, the board is stronger than it was the last time we looked at it.
Yeah, we also went with Soraka's boon, so maybe JRC feels more confident with Soraka as a god option here to play this risky with their health. Still though, got a lot of decisions to make.
There's not a single unit. Like, this is it's scary. It's definitely not really what you want. Especially because you have to lose one more to hit that 400 cash out.
Oh, and Ego did lose that streak to Pokegum, which you might have seen.
Oh,
I suddenly can't remember.
So yeah.
Oh, yes,
Yeah.
that is true. That is a brawler. You could do that. You're still playing behind though, because there's already the 2-star out there with Pocky. Unless he hasn't seen
Yeah.
it yet. How do you feel about Darkstar on the Jinx?
I think that I'm just a huge fan of two-piece Darkstar in general, period, so I can't be too mad about it. I think that it's really, really good on units that can obviously hit, like, more than one person,
Mm-hmm.
just because I think the executor is really good. So I don't hate it. I don't think it's bad at all.
We found the
I don't know if
Yi.
she's... Oh, yeah. Beautiful. That's perfect.
Okay,
Yeah.
I think I
So it
like
is
what's going on
definitely-
here.
Yeah.
Still scary, but
Definitely-
feels more in a direction.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. We know that after, like, one more loss, we're going to take the cash out and we're going to be playing Brawler Yi. And this is already a better loss than some of the others. One more unit would be really nice. Oh, unfortunate.
Yeah.
Going down to single digit is very spooky.
Oh my god. Oh. I wonder if you, take the rerolls.
Yeah, you have to. You have to take the cash out.
And the rerolls for
That is a
augment.
Sona, though. Right,
Mhm.
right.
Blitz. Ooh, Yora is good for
Oh,
us.
wow, yeah. Absolutely.
Oh no, we can't pause now.
Oh gosh. Yeah, this is spooky. Oh my goodness.
We still have items to place.
Yeah, all of these items have to go down.
Oh, so we're 4-2, we're 8 HP, and we have 1 2-star unit on the board.
Yeah,
This
this
was a dangerous
scary.
game. But so
think
does
it's-
Pokegum.
Yeah.
Just 1 2-star unit.
Oh
But
my
it is
gosh.
your horn.
The Yi, yeah.
Kindred is not fully ramped up yet.
Okay,
Because she's starting to
okay.
go. And it's gonna be
Ooh,
enough.
all good. Oh my
JRC is
gosh.
alive with a direction and
Yep.
gonna start saving some gold. Okay, now that
Hopefully.
that's resolved, where should we
Yeah.
where should we go
We
move
should-
back to?
Yeah. Oh, that's a gin. Oh, that's 2 gins. Interesting. That's so many hats, though. Like, Oh my goodness.
Lots of hats, and now the death cap from the bench also has a good place to land. Not being
Absolutely.
tempted by the gins.
Good. This board is a little scary. We have a lot of upgrades that haven't been hit. Yeah, just oof. I do think the Shepherd, like, we're seeing a lot more of the 5-piece Shepherd coming out.
Yes, we are. And Tex is gonna be space grooving. So we'll check out what they've got when we return from this god round.
Yeah. Looks like that Samira is getting pretty close too.
Oh yeah. So Konda just took a loss from Hockey Gum. And I would assume that they're waiting.
Oh, we have 3 duplicators on the bench though.
Yeah. I think we would be waiting for Tex to die here before. Oh.
Yeah, we're slamming it
Yeah,
on the
we should-
Orin.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Okay. Alright.
Before we head out for that Samira, though. Because Tex
Yeah,
is only
that
sitting
is
on the
a-
1.
Yeah. I like this Riven though. with Space Groove and with the Bastion emblem.
Mm-hmm.
I think that feels really good. Ooh, she's got some weird pathing though.
Yeah. But she does
Yeah, I
make
mean,
it to the back
she's just
line.
full HP. Just wow. Okay. Right. Yeah.
Okay, and Echo seems to be just sitting on this, probably gonna level the turn after for this Frost for a little bit more power.
Yeah, I feel like this board is feeling pretty sad. We just don't
Yeah.
have a lot of upgrades. I mean, I feel like there's just not a lot of upgrades.
Yeah. But Dank Names has that already Zaya too.
Yeah,
Pretty ideally itemized.
absolutely. It's just huge, like, and that big catfish. Okay, the ASL damage is really coming through.
And that's gonna be the end of Tech's. I bet that does feel good for Konda here, though, to take out the opponent that was holding Samira's, but you're
Yeah,
not gonna find any because
absolutely.
Pokécom's gonna pick up 2 of them. Because that's right, there were 3 groovers
Yeah.
in the game today.
That was a ton of gold. I
Wait,
do really like this. I think this board came together really, really well. Huh.
I was gonna wonder how are we healing, but that's...
I don't know.
Wait, yeah, how are we healing? Because didn't we have 8 health and now we have 13?
Yes.
Because we saw that boon and this... Huh. I don't know. Good for you.
Yeah, good for you. Yeah.
This is, could be somebody's ghost board. Maybe Pocky,
Yeah.
one of our
Oh!
groovers.
Yeah. I mean, the Fiora is super strong, but she did just kind of get 100 to 0 and disappear. It did not end up mattering, but very interesting. I know this means that Zoe's gonna have lost some hats.
I'm sure she'll get them again.
Still an insane number left.
So we... Oh, Dank Games did move into Stargazer with the Serpent available here. And is playing with that Samira, so I don't think Konda is gonna be able to restar if that was the plan.
Yeah, that's gonna be... yeah. I do really like that Morgana is getting some more playtime. She got buffed in this last patch, and I think that she's just a lot better of a unit now.
And how did you feel about the cost change? Or like in the
Which
end
cost?
to represent... Was she... yeah, because didn't she go from... a while ago?
No.
But...
Oh, no? I don't think so. I thought she
Okay.
was always a 4-cost unit.
Then
Oh my gosh, look at it healing!
Yeah, that's too much.
Oh my...
This Graves
Oh my gosh!
is
Look
gonna
at
do
all the
nothing.
sprites watching! Oh, she got it!
This
Wow.
Vex.
The double giant slayer. Oh my gosh.
And we were digging the last round, and we're digging still to find either the Fiora 2 or the Vex 2. to feel
Yeah.
more confident on this board for Ego.
Just something. So close to so many upgrades. Look at all those unique traits too on the side. That's so many. 6 is kind of crazy. A little bit of a Piba comp. So a lot of 5-cost units on that board.
Indeed.
I do like the splash with Nova just for like the shred off of Aatrox. I think it's so strong. Wow, that Leona's just big.
Nova
Yeah,
is
not
one of those
enough.
traits I haven't experimented a lot with.
Yeah, I think that just like the 2-piece splash of being able to get that 30% shred and sunder on your off of the Aatrox is just so strong. That's so many hats. 39. Oh my gosh. This is a really, really strong front line also that we're looking at. With the double protectors on our Nunu.
There's 3 protectors available. Only 2 are gonna be
Yeah,
on Nunu.
yeah. Only 2 are on Nunu.
And this Vex did get 2-starred
Oh.
on the other side.
This Vex
too.
has been doing a lot, yeah.
Yeah.
Because once she gets going, the ramp is insane, and then the double Giant Slayer means that she's actually able to get through some of these really, really tanky frontline units. Unfortunately, it only takes like 2 autos from from Xayah for her to disappear. Oh wow! Oh, that was so close. The knockup from Samira almost did it. All of these players are so low.
Yeah. Not gonna entertain rolling for Vix from here, but is gonna 2-star that Victor.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, no hats over here, but we do have Shepherd and that Morgana.
Yeah, I think the Morgana, again, really strong. I like the Shepherd. I think that the 5-piece Shepherd, again, we've been seeing it a lot more, and we're seeing a bit more LeBlanc, and I think that it's pretty good. It's felt pretty solid. I don't think it's been, like, winning any of the lobbies, but it's definitely solid, like, top 4 comp. And then especially
we'll
with
see.
this Nami, who just has a lot of damage output. Oof. Yeah, wow.
Oh my gosh. Calling it a
Oh
top
wow,
4
it's a
comp,
top
and
3
it's a
comp.
top 3 comp actually. So Dank Memes, JC9 or GG9, Conda are going to fall this round, rounding out our top 3 with Pokegum, JRC,
Wow.
and Halloween's.
Halloween's has really had a little bit of a rough start in those first 2 games and then went first last game and is now getting a top 3 here. It definitely feels really good.
Definitely, I would be happy about that. And we'll take a look at the standings after this as well. Gonna move
okay.
around items a little bit here.
Yeah, absolutely. I really like this from JRC. Also up to 22 HP now.
Yeah.
Can like TK give you HP? Can you vomit up HP?
Well, I'll come back. We'll come back to it.
Wow, it's so strong. Oh my gosh. Wow.
Alright, Halloween's was not going to be able to stand up to the board from Pokegum. That is what finished him there. Two-star Tom and 2-star Shen are the upgrades coming into what is likely going to be our last round, right? With damage at this point.
Probably, yeah. Wow. The Ornn does just get shredded. The unit who he looked so strong into every other board just disappearing. And there we go. Beautiful. Really, really good. So another that was another anima board. But I mean, I think that JRC played it really well. We were really worried early on, especially that he just wasn't going to have the HP to be able to kind of hit a real level of cash out, but managed to find a couple of these pieces of the Brawler Yi and kind of stabilize a little bit to hit the cash out, and then, I mean, just win the game.
Yep, that was a very great game for Twonky. Thank you for staying.
Yeah, of course.
We don't have any scores available to review right now because they are still playing other lobbies, but we do have Robin who will join us when we come back. So right for now, that's going to be it for us while we sit with the game going on concurrently before we come back and have Robin join us. Thank you again, Twonky. Anything else? I think you're running this tomorrow, right?
Yeah, I will be here tomorrow.
Okay, cool. Well, then we'll see you then. Bye-bye.
Absolutely. Bye.
expect from you from next weekend?
You can expect to make the Worlds again. Logan, I'll
I love
say
to
it.
hear it. I love to
Love
hear
to
it.
hear
Well,
it.
thank you so much for joining us. Excited to watch you play next weekend, and excited for the remainder of today to see who will join you in week 2. So we're going to be going to a quick break, and on the other side of the break, the analyst desk will break it down, show us the standings, we'll shuffle the lobbies, and get into the back half of our day to see who will make it on to the final day of week 1. Don't go anywhere.
Alrighty, and we are back with game 5.
Yes.
Yes, game 5. Joined with myself, Robin. Hello, everyone. I'm so happy to be here. I was meant to be here a game earlier, but I had some prior things to take care of, namely being food. And I am joined here today with our wonderful Catherine. So hello, Catherine.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, I'm glad
Now-
you took care of your food, though. That is definitely something that you want to take care of. Before we get into it.
I fully got home and was like, I'm starving. I'm going to eat. But with today's game, in game 5, we are looking at Prestivant, Tactic Torn, Crazy Cat, Phoenix, Koala, Reddy, Toddy, and Bobster. Some names that I'm familiar with, some that I don't think I've ever seen before.
Oh, like who? Tactic Torn? I think this name is new.
Yeah,
to me.
Tactic Torn, I don't really recall, and Toddy. And now, okay, before we get further into this, I'm seeing Terminal Velocity, the hero augment for Poppy. Do we see it?
I think you're
Come
a
on.
coward if you don't do it.
Come on. Because who's going to be running Poppy?
It could be you.
Other
It
than-
could be. It could be you.
It could be.
Tactic Torn. No.
No, we go for the wands. Tactic Torn. Why? It was right there.
We had a poppy on. We had 2 poppies on the bench.
We did have 2 Poppy. That's a 2-star Poppy right off rip as well. But looking here, we've opted to go for 2 Arbiter instead. Not sure what they picked. Okay, so okay. For each Arbiter star level, you have 12% chance to gain a Leona at the end. I'm not sure if that applies for if you've got multiple of the same Arbiter. So I'm not sure whether this counts as a 24 or a 36% here. Oh wow, already having Shepherd online as well for Toddy is actually kind of insane.
Definitely happy about that.
For sure.
Prestivant also has a 2-piece Dark Star online at least.
Oh. Okay. We went for branching out. We got an Anima emblem, so we could get 6 Anima potential. If we do opt for it, it's definitely something I would be happy to see. But at the looks of things right now, we're just wanting to go for a bit of a lost streak.
Yeah.
Toddy goes to level 5, we're right at the very end. The fact that we've already got people at level 5, I understand it's 2-2, so those sorts of levels don't really matter right now. But just seeing 2 people at level 5 already is kind of insane to me. You can see we are
Especially with one of
buying.
those players on the low end only have one unit and 1 dummy on their board.
Yeah.
Seems a bit of a shift in board power is going to be pretty apparent early here.
But even still, this knot is holding its own. Almost even got the kill there for Bobster. And we've got Expedition here for Crazy Cat as well. Do love to see it. So he's slowly going to be working towards getting that. And we now have a Jinx on the board for Phoenix. We've doubled our count of units here.
That's good. That's good. Progress.
And that is also a second Anima. If you think about it. That is a second Anima from Jinx.
True. But we also had the emblem, so right? So once we just have 1 more unit to place on, we'll have our 3 anima. I don't remember.
And we get Ari and Fresh. Unfortunately, we weren't able to see what our gods were at the very beginning. We were a tad late. So it's nice to see that we do have Ari and Fresh.
First of all, we weren't late. They started early. Okay, I had a timestamp that we're gonna start at 20. I come back in. It's 19. I come back in. We're at 1-1. What's that about?
But across the board, all but one went for Fresh there, actually. We see that Prestivan did opt to go for Ari. Frozen a conduit in the Zoe. And there we go, there's our Anima online for Phoenix, now that we've got that. Well, depends on what we opt to go for here. Do we think we're just holding to try and find like what we can? And Tactic Torn also has free Anima online.
Tactic Torn?
Finding the Ilawi.
Yeah, I think has a little bit more pressure because we've already made one item. But for Phoenix, I don't know. I didn't see any like lock behavior on the shop. We're like full clearing our board. I'm not sure what they might be thinking.
They're just going all out on the losses, really.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they saw the Briar, they had the Anima emblem. It took a little bit of time to get that Jinx, maybe, but at the same time, we're not really opting to try and save any amount of HP on the build-up to that.
Yeah, and I guess what I mean for direction is that I would, like to see the Rogue come in and Primordian come in. All we have to do is move this emblem and we'll be okay there. So I think Phoenix might have more of a direction as far as their units goes, but Tactic Torn might have one for their items.
There we go, immediately up to 122, by the way. Oh, we're now one Leona away here for Crazy Cat. We've also got free Arbiter online. Do you think there's a world where we keep all the Arbiters in and we go for a 4-star Leona?
I do, because why not? I think that's a position that you could play around, especially 5 games into seeing the same kind of compositions and either feeling confident or demotivated from those same compositions. If you're looking for something outside of the box, depending on where you're at with Crazy Cat being at 17 points, you might want to take something riskier, like going with the full Arbiter, to definitely see that happen.
It's also not like he has to worry about rolling for those Leonas because he does have the chance of just acquiring them. So he's not worried about sitting at level 5 just to get that last Leona.
This is an early
Right now
lead
he is just
on Prestivan's shop, but is not going to look into
Oh
it.
yeah.
Strong.
Yeah, indeed isn't going to be going into it. He's got the Shepherd online. He's sticking with it. And I do like the mix to the Voyager as well with that Aurora. I've not really seen an Aurora comp work all too well in the recent games, so I'm looking forward to see if it can pay off.
Yeah, I would like to see her represented a little bit more in the comp end. Looking at
And we get a
our
second
augments here.
silver augment here. Crazy Cat did get his 3-star Leona finally.
Yes.
Ooh.
And then Popster gonna pick up some rolls here.
Yeah, Bobster, Toddy, and Reddy all going for rolling for days, actually. Crazy Cat, not entirely sure what that is. Ah, it was a Misconnections. I thought Misconnections had like the question mark on the card for some reason.
Mm.
And then what else are we looking at here? One thing I'm curious about, what is it that Phoenix took? What is that? Size matters. Gain a giant spell. Oh, I see. So effectively a free Warmogs.
Yep, we see it on the Rexa, I believe.
Mm-hmm. And we are getting some kills, preserving some amount of HP here. Still taking quite a lot of damage, now at 47.
So I think Tactic Horn found their path.
Does look like we're going for that sort of conduit lineup.
I don't know how I feel about taking the Aurelian Soul out. But yeah, this is your strongest variation of the board.
The only one he could really get rid of is maybe the Zoe, but the Zoe's also holding the item.
Yeah.
Outside of that, maybe even the Ornn. But the Ornn is holding the items as well. So it's not like you want to be getting rid of those. Maybe we'll get to see a Zoe dance. Ah, no Zoe dance. But we do get to go into our second god round here. Ooh. Permanently grant a champion 8% AD and AP. I'm seeing that and I'm just like, that sounds kind of cool. But then I look at everyone else and they're just like, fresh. It's just like, maybe I'm wrong.
It's
The
possible
world may
that they're
never know.
looking for more, any kind of boost that a random boon could give you.
Maybe. But in a world where econ is key, having that 12% chance to gain a gold on a takedown, it's a little weaker than that gold executioner, the collector, the executioner. But I don't know, extra gold chance is extra gold chance, especially when you've got someone who's running the Leona Arbiter Law. Like, surely the percentages don't matter.
True, it will be already kind of skewed. Ready over here on 7 copies needed.
Oh, and Phoenix now has an Aurelian Soul, and we're itemizing it as well. Again, trying to do anything to preserve some HP going into these later rounds. We are leaking quite heavily on that 8-loss streak. But I think we did hit that 300 tech threshold as well. So we might see something interesting come out from there. Yeah, we're at 356. Whatever we got, we opted not to go for it. Now, how far away is Crazy Cat from that expedition triggering? We're at 26 gold. Ooh, okay. So we're getting there. We're getting there. We've got the Rammus. We've got the 4 and the free cost ready to get the last remaining that we need. So it's just those 2 more turns.
Alright, we'll come back to look at Crazy Cat then, but you'll have to remind me.
I will forget. but I'll do my best, nonetheless. Alrighty, but we do get to see the end of Prestivan's fight, taking the loss from Reddy, who has a Lulu carry as well.
Yep,
Do love seeing those.
I do.
As we go on into our free 7 PvE round. We are beginning to level up quite a few things. We are so close to so many of our free stars. Like, look at this. We're just missing that one Belveth. We've got 3 Akalis left to go. Jinx, we're slowly building it up. We are completely bench locked as well. We can't even pick up any of the loot orbs on the ground. And now we can actually start picking things up. We got a Rast out of it and some gold. Now we're only 3 Maokais away as well. We've added Jinx to the mix. There's another Maokai. There's another Jinx. And another. We are slowly just selling every Primordian for everything else. And we are so incredibly close to everything. Look at this. We need 1 Maokai, 2 Akalis, 1 Jinx, and 3 Rek'Sais.
Meanwhile, Toddy is also sitting very close to that 3-star Gnar.
For sure. Oh, and a lot of gold from the Lulu for Reddy. We're looking at a medallion game here, and I love to see it.
Yes, we are. I was gonna mention that earlier when we had seen that was our constellation.
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't even notice that was our constellation.
Oh.
And we get to see a gold augment at the very end. And Toddy does get the 3-star Nah. We did see someone have the augment to make the next augment a tier higher. And seeing that it's now a gold, getting a prismatic out of that would have been really, really nice.
Would have been, yes.
Oh, and we're now at 4 mecha as well. Just opting to stay at 4 mecha. And there we go. What did we get from the expedition here? Oh, was it that death cap?
I think so. It might have been... Can you get the... Oh, the duo Q probably gave us the pocket. Okay. Unless it gave us 2 Shens.
Unless it gave us 2 Shens. I'm sure there's a way to find out. Okay, so by the looks of things, you can either get 15 gold and 2 5 costs, or a component anvil and a masterwork upgrade.
I didn't
What it's saying
think
here.
that I saw an anvil.
But we did see the radiant item.
We did, yeah.
Oh, and we get to see 5 Shepherd online now for Tactic Torn, with the Beer and Buy-in both on the field. Honestly, such a nice upgrade to have, personally. I feel like it is so much stronger than 3. Not... Compared to 7 as well, I think 5 Shepherd is the place to be overall. And Koala taking the loss from Reddy. And Phoenix actually won a round there. So, on a free win streak as well. So, is definitely trying to make their comeback at the stage 4. As we go on into our final God round. Again, a lot of people picking fresh, getting that mystery loot or random boon.
Yep, it looks like Prestivan and Phoenix are gonna be the only ones getting their boon from Ari this time around.
Mm-hmm.
Prestivan gonna have to make some moves. Koala also gonna look to make some moves pretty soon here. What are we looking for, though?
I don't know, but we're selling everything here. Is this turning into soup?
Soup?
Is this turning into soup?
Oh, this feels like
It feels
base of the
very
soup.
soup-like. We've got the broth. Now it's just looking for the meat and the vegetables. You can see the fully itemized Fiora immediately putting in work, dismantling the front line. Is it going to be enough to break through the Maokai while this Bard is targeting her, though? Unfortunately not.
Yeah, she was.
And Koala does take a loss. Sorry.
No, you're gonna get good. I was just gonna reiterate that Fiora was dashing so much that she was catching a lot of that aggro and not gonna be strong enough for this win. And still so close to the Maokai here.
Yeah, we've been missing this one Maokai for what seems to be the longest time. We got the Jinx, we got the Akali. Potty is now printing bards.
Yep.
We're at 7 meeple. We've got... Oh, what is it called? Best friends? Where they're isolated in pairs? Yeah, best friends! Where they're isolated in pairs, they're getting buffs. And we're slowly working on printing more bards as readies Lulu just starts printing more and more gold. Is it going to be enough, though? The Gnar in the back. We even got to see a bit of a steal there as well. Phoenix now on a 5-win streak, too. Oh, now that's a strong-looking upgrade, getting the Dark Lady in for the durability. Got some decent item potential as well. I'm seeing a Gunblade. I'm not sure about you.
I am seeing a Gunblade. I'm seeing it on the Vex, and I was wondering if we were gonna make a.
Let's go. Let's go.
So let's
The
move
Morello's
some
the
of this
Gunblade.
around.
Honestly, I'm thinking you throw the Morellos and the Void Staff onto the Karma for the spread. And then go all out on the damage for the Vex. But that's me personally. So we got a 2-star Nunu online as well. We opt to put those items onto our graves though.
Yeah.
We have the Morellos sitting on the bench still. Never mind, we put it onto our tank. I guess it makes sense because she does tether to like 3 different units as well. So I can see the thought behind it, but at the same time, that Morgana just doesn't live all that long. This Vex isn't going to be putting out as much damage as we would hope, but we do survive on exactly 1 HP. Prestivant must be sweating right now.
Definitely would
Koala
be.
now at 9 HP as well.
And I don't even know if President's going to be able to really buy that upgrade for Graves if he wants to roll or upgrade anything on his board. The 2-star Bard is going to come through for Tadiko, and I think it also came through for Crazy Cat. That's right.
And when we get a second, can we take another look at Phoenix's board? Because it was a complete pivot into something else that wasn't Anima. And I just want to see what it was. We can see that the good soup is looking pretty dang fine here. As it dismantles Bobster's board in an insanely clean fashion, as he even falls off of that. Bobster and Prestivan falling this round. And then looking here, yeah, we completely pivoted out of that Anima into Mecha Conduit with some Voyager sprinkled in as well. That reroll from the Anima trait going insane to help. Just all around, and we love to see it. And what is the item on the Mighty Mech there?
It's gonna be Ice Blast Armor.
Ooh.
Right.
I love it. And it has definitely been paying off the Phoenix on a 7-win streak right now. It's pretty safe as well. We've seen that each time he's played against someone else, board has been so incredibly safe. The upgraded Aurelian Soul and the upgraded Mighty Mech. Dismantling everything and surviving even more. Just look at them go. Refusing to die.
Was also hanging onto a lot of pairs that I don't think anyone is looking for now, since we already have a 2-star Vex for Tactic Horn. But Prestivan was looking for that Vex that was being held earlier. Ready only one away from the Lulu now.
Yeah, that is 8. Why is it counting 7?
Yeah, these have been a little weird.
Huh. We swap out the Bard for the Sona, and the Bard is still there, but we have a 2-star Sona now instead, with the items and the emblem on there. Oh, now it's at 8. There we go. It's like they heard me complain. Is it gonna be enough though? We've seen just how scary this board can be, and the Mighty Mech falls, but so does the rest of the Ghost board as well. And Crazy Cat gets another win. Ready actually falls.
No 3-star Lulu today.
No 3-star Lulu today. And then Toddy is looking incredibly close to death here. 3 HP and a gosh dang dream. And Phoenix now sitting on a 9-win streak after that insane pivot. We are seeing some item changes though. Keeping the Voyager. We're putting purple buffs on.
Phoenix is also holding on to one of these, or trying to play the Karma. Just not good for Toddy.
That is true. Both Crazy Cat and Phoenix have a Karma at least somewhere present. But yeah, like you mentioned, Toddy. But oh my goodness, where is the board gone?
They've been abducted.
And Phoenix and Toddy both fall there. Where did the board go?
We definitely thought Phoenix was in a safer position than he was in that fight.
100%. I fully blinked and missed the entire thing. Like, I was watching the Mighty Mech not die, and then all of a sudden everything else is dead. And that was not something I was prepared to see. Oh, but there's our 2-star Karma for Tactic Torn. Going for the optics. I do see a jeweled gauntlet.
Yeah, I am a little bit tempted to bring that as well.
We'll go
but
for
I'm
the
gonna
blue buff.
opt for the blue buff, yeah. I'm not really sure what to make of the strength of both of these boards. They seem overwhelmingly strong, but the fight happens and then too quick for me to really see what was doing the damage.
For real. At the same time, we did get to see that the Bard passive did trigger, but does fall, gets the cast off first. But then the rest, it's already done. We saw a ton of gold come out from that LeBlanc, though.
We did.
We get to see a new Sona trait. We are desperately looking for anything. There's a 2-star Sona right there. Take the items off. We're going to be immediately throwing it on to our Sona. Okay, giving it the Sona Augment too. Is it going to be enough here, though? 26 to 25 HP respectively. It's such an incredibly close game. We've got the 2-star Karma and one in the shop. Crazy Cat is still hunting.
Yeah, if you're Crazy Cat, you definitely want your LeBlanc to be making you money, pushing out damage, and is gonna be enough to take this fight from... Is not gonna be enough to take this fight. Yeah, I was backwards.
Yeah.
No problem.
I understood what you meant, don't you worry.
Yeah. But what I meant to say was that if you're Crazy Cat, you do want to win this game. 17, sitting at 17 points in the standings. 8 would be definitely a buffer to play with.
Right now, it all comes down to whether the positioning is able to do enough to get around the bulk that is the front line. And we can see that Rammus is positioned to hold on to this LeBlanc as tight as he can, making sure she isn't able to damage anyone else. But at the same time, that heavy AP is going to shred through him like butter. You can already see that he's fallen. LeBlanc is still going. The Bard is able to get on the back line now, but it's now just the back line versus the back line. LeBlanc... I stumbled over my words.
It. We got one more fight to cast it
Yeah.
out. That one... Yeah, that one was looking a little
That one
bit
felt
more,
close.
Yeah. More if we could understand where everyone was falling.
We do see some item swaps here as well. We decide to put the death cap onto the Sona and put a Striker's Flail onto... Oh, we are selling. We are selling. We need 2 more to go. We are going for it. We are hunting and we are unable to find Crazy Cat and needing 1 more Shen. And can we just look at Tactic Torn's shop real quick just to see if it was there? It was not. I was definitely hunting for it.
Was fluctuating on the side. I'm like, what is going on over there? And we were hunting.
We were hunting, and we were so close. We were 1 Shen away. You can see there the 2 2-star Shens, the 2 1-star Shens. Literally just needing the 1. But even still, even without it, it was still a really close last couple of games. I still think it was anyone's game to go off of, personally. Looking at...
Yeah,
Sorry, go on.
I just have eyes on another game. We're gonna be sticking with this lobby, so hopefully we get to see something just as exciting in the next version of this lobby.
For sure. I'm super excited to see what becomes of it. Looking at some of these boards, though, like Phoenix had such a incredibly strong pivot. Like, was 8th place until about the start of stage 4, and then just came out of nowhere, got an insane cash out from the AMER, pivoted into that mecha conduit, and just honestly just went crazy. So that was really, really impressive to see, finding the line between the rabble. And yeah, you know how like you go to a busy city and it's like everyone's crowding everywhere, and you have to try and find what you need. That's what it felt like.
Navigating, yes. So before we had gotten into the game, so we didn't actually go over what the lobby spread was like for game 5 and 6. So I'll bring that up just now, while I wait for the invite to our next game, and then we can look at the standings as they stand. But yes, we're looking at lobby 2 along with many of our other co-streamers.
Oh heck yeah!
And here's the leaderboard as it is at the moment.
Ooh.
So yeah, the Crazy Cat score hasn't been reported yet, but we know what it was. And yeah, that's kind of motivating me for the bubble of this whole lobby 2 is very tight, as we can see right now. Crazy Cat, Prestevent are, and I think Ego might still be mathematically into it.
Hmm.
I don't know. I don't.
I'm seeing a lot of names that did. I'm seeing a lot of names here that did so incredibly well on day 1, falling a bit behind here. Like Super Pino ended almost top of the leaderboard at the very end of yesterday. Koala too, as well. Like a few of these names. I say a lot as if it's many, but I'm only seeing 2. But many people who did so incredibly well day 1, falling a bit behind today. I'm wondering what happened.
Yeah. But with that, we can wait for the scores. We can just head to a little break. I still don't have the invite yet, so that's all that I'm really waiting on. So yeah, we'll be back when we can review more scores and hopefully get into our game and not miss any of the beginning of it. We'll be right back.
Hopefully. Maybe we'll see a hero augment this time around. That's what I'm hoping for.
Me too. Alright, catch you after the break.
Alrighty, and welcome back, everyone, for our 6th and final game of Day 2 of the TPC Space Gods. I'm once again joined here by Catherine, and we get to see a Sona encounter here. So we get each level to cost 2 XP less, so we're going to be seeing some insane leveling as we go on into later rounds as it gets a little bit cheaper, just overall. Catherine, what do you have to say about that?
I am excited about that. Maybe we will get some good soup. People will get there earlier.
That is true. Would love to see a bit of good soup, as like you mentioned. They'll be getting there just that little bit earlier. That is a lot of extra gold they can put towards it. And it kind of incentivizes not going for those reroll traits, because you're not going to be staying at those levels that you want for as long as you want to be.
Mm-hmm.
That's a whole round of XP that you're missing out on, really.
I would also like to see some of those augments that maybe, like, what is it, silver? Oh my gosh. Silver, spoon? That
Something
gives
like
you...
Silver Spoon.
Yes. I think that would be fun.
Yeah, getting something like Silver Spoon, because that gives a bunch of extra XP, or even something like Level Up, maybe, or whatever the augment is that when you re-roll, you gain XP.
Yeah, that would be fun.
And I know those are on the opposite side of the board from that silver augment you were talking about, and they are prismatics. But having something like that, whew, just a
I'm more
truly
inclined to
snowball.
yours, so that we would have prismatics.
I mean, there are some very explosive silver augments, and I feel like the slowest games we get come from the gold augments of all things.
True.
I feel like gold augments are just so incredibly safe in comparison. And here we are, 1-4, level 3, and it only costs 4 gold to level up. This hurts me, and we already have Tactic Torn with 3 Primordian on the field. We're seeing a few others trying to go for it. Bobster has the Rek'Sai and 2 Briars. Toddy has a very, very common Cho'Gath Rek'Sai, and we can see that Reddy is also going for it in that Cho'Gath Lysandra, and we get to see a gold augment, and that's a Clear Mind. That is extra XP.
Oh, not gonna go for it.
Oh, but a
though.
self-destruct. Worth the wait.
I like worth the wait.
Koala
I
goes
like,
for Time Stream.
I like redemption here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Bobster goes for Clear Mind.
yeah.
What are you looking at?
Yeah, I was gonna say from Bobster there.
Okay, yeah. Bobster went for Clear Mind, I'm pretty sure. Koala went for Time Stream, which is a reroll augment, specifically for those time breakers. Toddy has that extra prismatic augment. Looking at some of these others. Prestivan, is that Pandora's Bench?
We'll see in just a moment.
And Tactic Torn went for Worth the Wait in the end as well. I really do like the time stream augment. I'm a big sucker for reroll comps. This set has been so fun for me because of just how reroll heavy it is. And seeing something like time stream makes me really happy. And again, we have Cluttered Mind as well. Oh, it's Warpath. I see. Now, hopefully, we don't see the return of a Warpath curse.
Hopefully.
Hopefully not. But I'm forever scarred for picking Warpath, that's for sure. You see here, got that Cluttered Mind going off, getting that extra XP. We saw the Clear Mind as well. Tactic Torn level 5, as is Phoenix and Prestivan. Putting on some items. We've got the IE Jinx. We've got Shepherd online as well. I hadn't even noticed that at first.
That's why I brought us here. So you could see the Shepherd.
Ah. Yippee!
Yippee!
Yippee! Alright, and here is Bobster. Again, looking at that Clear Mind, but does have the Gwen on the bench. All depends on whether we want the Gwen or the Fizz, but what do we sell? We need to sell something, otherwise our Clear Mind doesn't go off.
I like the Fizz, I really do. Okay, that's
And
fine.
we do sell the Fizz, unfortunately.
That's fine.
That's fine. But it is nice to see some of these augments that you don't really necessarily see all too much. Like, I don't think I've ever seen a Clear or Cluttered Mind in one of these competitions unless we see something that makes it easier to get XP and level ups. So it is nice to see some of these other augments getting some play and getting some time in the spotlight. speaking of time in the spotlight, we get to see Echo, the
Echo.
god of time, and Fresh.
That worked out very
I'm not gonna
nicely.
lie, that worked out so incredibly nicely. I didn't plan it.
Mhm.
I didn't even know we had Echo. But we do get to see our first god round. It does give us Echo and Fresh. And it's quite an even split. Looking like it's about 5-3.
We don't have the Arbiter online.
Scuttle Crab. Wait, can we get a zoom in on the Scuttle Crab?
I can't get over there.
No, but look at him go. Look at him go. I love him. But while I am gushing over this Scuttle Crab, Koala is only 3 Cho'Gaths away. It says, there we go, it's updated now. And Crazy Cat also has a Scuttle Crab. Look at him go. This makes
Cat
me so happy.
also has an Ornn on the bench.
Crazy Cat does have an on the bench and has quite a few Space Groove. I'm looking at that Samira and that Nasus as well. Doesn't look like he really needs it though with his replicator board though.
But you could always
You could always
pivot.
throw it in. We can now see that Koala has the Timebreaker free. Gonna be really looking to push for that. We are still at level 4 as well. So we now have that Temporal Core for the extra XP. We have Time Stream as well. How many rerolls are we at right now? 0. Understandable.
We are on a 3-loss streak, so
That is true. Might be just building up a little bit of the econ before heavy rolling once we hit level 5 for those Ezreals, or even just skipping the Ezreals for level 6 to go for those Pantheons or those Milios. But there's a lot of people who are holding on to that 2 time stream from the Milio and the Pantheon. Like we're seeing a bunch of people with the replicator boards. Scuttle Crab. Seeing a bunch of people with the like the replicators here, for example. We're looking at Crazy Cat's board. We've got that Pantheon on the field because we're using it for our Lissandra. We've got a full replicator board going. And then we saw as well that someone was running that Milio Pantheon as well for that 2 Timebreaker threshold.
bring up the units on each board for just a little reminder of where our players are at holistically.
Yeah, we can see it a bit more clearly now. Koala did have our time stream, but Crazy Cat has a Pantheon, Reddy has a Pantheon, Prestivan has a Milio and a Pantheon, and then Toddy has a Pantheon too. So many people are going for brawlers or replicators that, I don't know, Koala's kind of getting hurt a little bit. Do get to see some Psionic come out from Prestivan. We immediately get rid of the Psionic after seeing that it was a drone uplink.
Mm-hmm.
And we have some Anima on the board from Tactic Torn.
Yeah. Right. Interesting. I wonder what the... I mean... Yeah, maybe we just feel like that's the direction we need to take for now.
But it looks like Phoenix is also going for that Anima board as well. We do get to see a prismatic augment here after our gold, so it'll be nice to see what we can get.
Yippee!
Yippee! Like we've got Hedge Fund, we've got Baron. Looks like a few people are going for that trait. Toddy went for the trait tree. Crazy Cat went for purple buffs. Phoenix has invested And a bunch of
Okay.
other barons as well. Oh my goodness. And then Prestivan goes for that new recruit, for that extra unit.
They haven't put that unit in yet, but it looks like it will be Pike.
Nope. It was in fact Riven.
Yep. Why would it be Pike?
Why would it be Pike? They were really, really thinking about whether or not they wanted to go for whether they wanted that drone uplink, and then they saw the Riven and decided, nah. But then again, like, that just means we're now at 3 Timebreaker here for Prestivan. And then Bobster with the with the Timebreaker emblem as well.
So if we can maintain this win streak, what would that mean for Prestivan with that Timebreaker?
Prestivan with the Timebreaker now being at 4 means that every win he's going to be getting a bunch of extra XP. It's going to be 2 XP on a win. And if he loses, that's a reroll. But then at 4, Timebreaker's gained an extra 50% attack speed that will just truly ramp up the damage that they can each do, especially someone like Ezreal who wants to be casting a lot, and Riven as well, who does just cast a lot anyway. But, like, we've seen so many people sitting at this Timebreaker threshold or having a bunch of Timebreaker, like, splashed in here and there. I have mentioned it a few times this game. It is really hurting Koala. Really hurting Koala.
Yeah, we'll take
But
a look
what it
at
means
their
for
spot here.
But what it does mean for Prestivan, though, is that he is about to, if he can keep his win streak going, he's about to snowball into oblivion with the amount of XP he's going to be holding on to.
That does sound good for him, especially with that 16th place position, or point position, that we were at coming into this game. Very scary for Prestivan in this lobby. And for Koala,
sure.
who's in last place right now, yeah. If you can spoil anyone from this lobby, it would be Prestivan.
Yeah.
And Bobster, I think.
But there is our Cho'Gath. And there's our Ezreal as well. So we did get what we wanted. We have been rerolling. We're at Timebreaker 3, so when we lose, we do gain a free reroll. But we are beginning to look very, very low on HP now. But with these extra upgrades, it might be enough. Like, it's a lot of extra damage, and we can already see how many drones does Ezreal have? 2? So that's 16 right now. It's at least 16 takedowns. It's 21 takedowns even. So we're almost at a third drone here. Remember, with every reroll that he gets, it's going to be just more attack speed and HP going forward. And that's a level 7 Shen.
It sure is.
Huh. With a 2-star Aatrox as the main tank as well. Tactic Born is really just relying on this, I can't remember the name, Twisted Fate, sorry. Is really just relying on this Twisted Fate's insane amount of damage to get through these fights. And it seems to be paying off. Body taking a loss after a 6 win streak, going down to 88 health. And Prestivan now on a 6 win streak, so right now Prestivan should be sitting at about 12 XP saved up. If we haven't been using it constantly. It looks like we have been.
I think so. And what would... Okay, I was gonna ask what what are we holding all of this gold for? And then I remembered the invested for Phoenix here.
Mm-hmm. Yes, we're holding on to the extra gold for the extra rerolls. And we can see we're at 12 right now. That's a lot.
Mm-hmm. And we're about to be 8. What are we looking for on 8?
That is a good question. By the looks of things, maybe we're wanting to splash more of that Vanguard as we put in a Bastion. Or maybe just because we've got the Nova online, maybe we're looking to go for some Nova. We put in a Gwen instead, getting some Rogue. We have a Shattered Timepiece as well.
This Jinx is gonna be caught on this Ornn for a little while.
It's true, it does get caught for a very long time, just allows the TF to pump out the damage, and there is a Morgana for the 2-star for Crazy Crap, and it looks like we're not opting for it. Oh, and Xayah is able to take the win out for Bobster under Koala's belt, as we get a silver augment here, and we get to see a rainbow. Love to see it. And we get a bard out of that. Oh my goodness, that's a silver augment?
Mm-hmm.
Just a bard? For fun? Why is that a silver? Okay,
so
Riot. There's some explaining to do.
the items move from the Zoe onto this Bard and Lissandra respectively. What else is going on for Phoenix? Now has a Jin, Sona. Okay, we're souping.
We're souping, but that is a 2-star Sona right there as well. We
The
do get it
items
right at
look
the very
good.
end. The items look great, but we're not putting them anywhere. There we go.
Fiora 2 was also ready for us.
This is Phoenix, not ready.
Okay. Muted.
I'm sorry. But you can see the pivot into the good soup is definitely just starting to pay off, unless... Oh, just barely gets the win here for...
Phoenix.
No. Koala. Koala got the win.
Oh. Yeah.
Good soup, not quite ready yet. But Koala's still looking for those free Milios. I would love to see just how many rerolls we're at now, though, because we have had a bunch of time to go through it. Do we get a peek?
Wait, how? Wait, where?
The augment. Time stream? Okay, there you go. You can see just how much it's paying off. That's an extra 10% attack speed. We're looking at like some, what, 50 rolls or something?
I cannot answer a math question.
Oh, but the big Aurelian Soul with the 6 Dark Star is actually kind of scary. Roll the bones and a 5-cost shop.
I love Roll the Bones.
Rattle them, boys. Now, tell me, I've not seen Roll the Bones. What does it do?
It's 3 dice, I'm pretty sure. That you're rolling. I'm gonna stick with Pressed Event to see.
Mhm. Festivant win for Echo.
Wait, why is the UI lying to me?
Okay, roll 3 dice, gain gold equal to the total. That makes sense. Okay.
Okay, that's
It's
fine.
kind of
I'm
like
being
the
gaslit by the
expected
graphics,
unexpectedness.
but it's okay.
Also, that's a Yasuo hex underneath this Cho'Gath.
Yes.
It's something that I've not quite noticed until now. Here we go, we get to see how many drones are we at up now for Ezreal. Is that 5? That looks like 5. Oh, and we just got a 6th as well. Sixth drone for the Ezreal. They don't do much damage on their own, but they do stack up.
Mhm.
You can see 4 Fate Weaver here. Milio 1. Just kind of vibing.
Ooh, Morgana goes.
That is a
I don't know if you
Morgana
put-
2.
Oh, okay.
We do opt for it over the Tom Kench.
This Nami.
Is there
would
not a
be
world where you
scary.
take the... Is there not a world where you take the Vanguard emblem off of Shen and put it onto Morgana?
I do think that there is a world. I'm not sure that Phoenix sees it yet. Or maybe he's considered it and ruled it out for something else. But yeah, because
But
what's
we do get to see the boons now, the final boons. Getting a bunch of extra gold for Phoenix.
not gonna do anything just yet. Even on the 15 lives. We'll come back when the stage moves. See if anything
Restivan got a
happens.
2-star Vex just there, by the way.
Ah. Oh,
And a 2-star Jin.
but where does... Oh, well, we still got 2 spots left on the board. Could definitely bring this in.
Yeah, this is some good-looking soup, and we've got some Nova on the field now as well, so we have some precision as well as the Shred and Sunder, so we're not even needing to worry about items. Oh, wow.
This
That's
is
a
a shop.
That's a 5-cost shop right there. Thanks, Echo.
Yep.
It's about dang time. Doesn't really give us much of what we want, but that is a 2-star Fiora, just for fun.
So we would have 4 Fioras for fun if we
For
took
fun.
this shop.
Mm-hmm. And a 4th Vex as well.
So I'm inclined, and we have.
Yeah, I'm pretty inclined. But the anomaly onto the Ornn. The Ornn still had like half HP there at the very end. Oh, and the Zaya just takes it. Koala takes a heavy hit there, dropping to 4 HP, ready on 10. We now have the Milio free as well.
Prestivant made the.
Restivant
the
does
other
pick
2.
up, yeah, it does pick up the Fiora.
Oh yeah.
I don't know who Fiona is.
Oh my god.
Looks like we only bought enough to make it a 2-star though. The same with the didn't look like we picked up the Vex either. Oh, unless we just
Sorry.
went into a board versus board state there. But look at this Aurelian Soul. So incredibly big.
I
So
do
much
like-
damage.
I do like the Dark Star emblem on Aurelian here
Mm-hmm.
with that crit glove already.
Is it gonna be enough though? We can see that everyone is on the backline. The Aurelian is still
Ah.
alive, but the Ezreal and the Milio is able to take the cake there. And that's
Okay.
a Blitzcrank. I saw that. Blitzcrank too. Phoenix also picking up a Blitzcrank too.
Fiora in this shop.
Looking at
No
some
Graves
real good
too.
soup. We're at 5-3. Everyone is still alive. We throw on the anomaly onto the Blitzcrank. Restivan picks up a 2-star Wrath. A little bit of an upgrade, but an upgrade nonetheless. As we go on into Bobster's board here. A lot of mana on this Nunu, but the Nunu is only a 1-star. So it's not the most detrimental thing in the world.
That's true.
And we can see Sona is on the backline already. The rest of the team is on the backline as well. Bobster taking a hit there. Prestivant falling. Crazy Cat on 2 HP. Tactic Torn on 3. Koala on 4. Yet no one on 1.
Nobody.
But Toddy is in such a safe spot right now, sitting at 64 HP, more than tripling the health of the second place person right now with Phoenix on a 6 win streak, but that's only 21 HP. It's still going to be a bit of an uphill battle nonetheless. It's going to be an uphill battle for most of our players here, especially when one mistake could cost everything.
I'll take a stick Crazy Cat's fight. Yeah.
Sounds good. We can see this Vex is beginning to ramp here. Getting the crits. You can see the difference in animation from the crit. And Crazy Cat falls so incredibly quickly. And it seems like Koala quickly follows.
Okay, so you mentioned that it would be an uphill battle for any one of these players that can be strong enough to fight against Toddy, who did just lose to Bobster. What else can happen here for Bobster? We could get the Rast too. But as
Thing
far
is,
as
Bobster's
these...
board is incredibly strong, but while he beats out Toddy, I'm pretty sure we did see him lose to someone else earlier in this stage.
Yeah, I'm worried about Reddy here as well. The Sona looks pretty strong.
For sure, the Sona and the Bard do look incredibly strong with their item sets, but this Vex is on the backline though. You can see down goes the Sona. It is just the Blitzcrank versus the world, and Reddy does fall, taking up 5th place.
Holy
And
moly.
Bobster make sure Tactic Torn joins them. We're now down to our top 3. As we get a little boon as well.
A little boon. Okay.
A little boon.
So as far as placements goes, Crazy Cat is okay. Prestivan I don't think is gonna be okay. I'll just say it. Bobster, this placement could be enough to bring them out of that bubble and secure that they move on to tomorrow.
Okay, Cody goes to level 9, joining both Phoenix and Bobster. Seeing some items swap around as we were able to get that Nunu to a 2-star. Phoenix is on an 8 win streak. We saw a similar pattern happen last game as well, where we had such a weak looking star. We wanted the lost streak, we got the lost streak, and then we went on to get 3rd place. 2nd place? 3rd place. Looks like this is definitely happening again. Is very comfortable with those early lost streaks, and then pivoting into what we need to win. So Nunu gets the minus stun. Is it going to be enough, though, for Bobster to break through? This is only a ghost, by the way, as Bobster does fall.
Yeah, this Vex has caused a lot of trouble for everybody else in the lobby. I think the last 3 deaths that we saw on screen were to it.
And speaking of Vex, there's a Vex in the shop.
3-star Vex. 3-star. Oh,
Oh. Hello,
Nothing
2-star
to-
Fiora.
yeah, nothing to do with
Doesn't
that,
even
though.
put it in, just really wanted to flex that they got the 2-star Fiora. I can respect it. I can respect it heavily.
Yeah.
You can see that everyone is already onto the backline. Toddy takes a massive hit there. Something needs to change, and it needs to change quickly. But at this point, we're so low on, like, gold. Like, what do we do? We throw in a
else?
Jin.
Well, unless we sell board.
Unless we sell board, but we do throw in a Jin. We get a 2-star Blitzcrank. We don't throw it in. We're hoping that we survive this round. We're hoping that we do enough damage to the board that we can maybe go for one more. But we had the 2-star Fiora. We sold it. Oh, the fresh lantern. It makes sense now.
Yes, it does.
It all makes sense now, but the Vex is onto that backline already. And that's actually a really good loss for Toddy there. Does get that second turn. But what do we make of it? What can we do with it? We get a completed item anvil.
Something for the Sona here?
Either something for the Sona or something for one of our fighters. Like even something for the Blitzcrank to help it maybe, because it is being brought onto the field nevertheless with that fresh lantern. Ooh.
I don't know.
Jin becomes... Ooh, throwing the Spear of Shojin onto the Jin may have just... Not sure how Toddy feels about that. Obviously, the main carry was the Aurelion for the longest amount of time. And yeah, immediately you can see that everything falls. And Phoenix takes the win for our 6th game. Honestly, a really strong performance. I had mentioned prior that, like earlier in this game, that Phoenix just seems so incredibly comfortable in those early loss streak comps. Truly rising like a phoenix from the ashes, falls down from grace, and then truly just rises back up and takes a really strong position. I said really like so many times there, and I'm gonna say it some more. No one can stop me.
Nope. I did just take a peek over at the broadcast, and they were watching this game as well. And Toddy will take a look at the scores in just a moment here, but was very happy and expressive in there.
I can imagine.
Was really happy and expressive in the player cam, so that was just cute to see.
I can truly imagine, and you have to feel a little bit bad for Toddy. Did play an incredibly strong opener through to the end game. Unfortunately, throwing on the Spear of Shojin onto the Jin did make it the quote-unquote strongest Dark Star, so it did get that 45% effectiveness from the Dark Star 6 trait. Is there a world where we'd want to keep it onto the Aurelion Soul, or even put it onto the Karma?
I mean, I think definitely putting it on the Karma or putting it on the Sona would have been an option that I would have liked to explore, rather than messing with the Dark Star and who the strongest there would be. That's definitely what gave me the anxiety as soon as it was placed. It's like, ooh. But so Robin, Are you ready for these scores? Are you ready to see who advances to day 3 of the week 1 regional finals?
I'm so ready.
You're not really ready? Okay, here we go.
I am so incredibly ready. But we do get to have a look at it. Unfortunately, we are going to be losing 8 right off rip. And we do see that Ego, Koala, Prestavint, Mycal, Ladder Slayer, Super Pino, Solus, and Halloweens do unfortunately fall from our day 2 games. But on the flip side, we get to see a bunch of letters. Black Sheep, Toddy, and J or C taking our top 4. And it'll be super exciting to see. Listen, I can't read that. What does that say?
No, I don't know.
A bunch of V's.
It's like
just a
wolf or
bunch of
something. I don't
Vs.
know. Maybe I do know. I think I have the player card. But what I was gonna say is, out of the list here from the bottom 30, the bottom players, right, rounding out this bubble that was getting eliminated, Bobster did need exactly that placement to move on. So pretty happy for him there.
Yeah, and getting that first place from game 1 definitely helped with the tiebreaker as well, because we can see Halloween's also on 23 points, just losing out on the tiebreaker. But wait, they've both got a first place. So how does it work afterwards?
I can scroll in just a moment to let you know. Ah, I found the player card. Here, take a look at that.
VCLF? Okay. Why are there so many V's? I don't understand. I fully just saw a bunch of letters and I'm like, what is going on here? But we do now understand that it is VCLF, VCliff, Cliff, who actually has some really strong percentages here, some really strong standings. 3 times qualified for the crown, 12th best run, but has a positive top 4 rate, has a 14% win rate as well, and an average placement of 4.42. Definitely not anything to sneeze at. Like, sorry, that's not the right phrase I want. Like, it's up there. Like, that's good. And then a TPC average placement of 3.84. So that's even better.
That is. So this was the top person ties, the tiebreakers that impacted our players over there.
Say again.
The tiebreakers on the side here.
First and top 4s, I see. But they have the exact same amount of first and top 4s.
Yeah, so that's where I'm grateful that I'm not on the admin side of this team.
Do they just flip a coin at that point, just so heads or tails? Call it in the air. You know what? Put me on the admin team. I would be the greatest. I'd flip so many coins. Expected unexpectedness. I am the prismatic augment.
I wanted to reset this before we get back. But yeah. So overall, and Robin, are you gonna be joining us tomorrow? I don't think so.
I am going to be joining tomorrow as well for those last 3 games. Hopefully I won't end up missing the first game, but we shall see. But yes, I am going to be casting again tomorrow. So thank you ever so much again for having me.
Yeah, of course. I'll take a look to see if the lobbies are already available for those next games. Maybe we can pick them. But I I actually don't think so.
Very fair.
But yeah, so these are the players, I guess, that we'll be seeing tomorrow. Would you like to tune in for the Silencer interview happening on the mainstream?
Can do. It's up to you.
Okay, I think I'll throw it over, but I think that will be the closing out of our stream. I'm fine with that. So yeah, that's gonna do it from us today. You'll see Robin tomorrow, and you won't see me. But that's gonna be it. Happy Pride, everyone. That's where I'll be tomorrow. So
Happy
Robin will be back,
Pride!
and we'll hang out for the interview, and that'll be the end of our coverage today. Have a good one.
Dittos!
That's where I got the set.
Yeah, I mean, like talking about just what you've been able to accomplish so far, you come into the Americas Regional Finals as one of the top qualifying point earners, which was a new change for this set in particular, where we got a chance to see the accumulation of the trials events where I think you got ninth in the first trials and then 21st or so in the second one, but good enough to be able to qualify for this. Do you feel like that's able to kind of show the growth that you have had as a player? And do you feel like you maybe were a bit more confident coming into regional finals because you were able to prove yourself in these trials previously?
Yeah, it feels pretty good to do pretty well on the trials. I was actually pretty sad on trials 1 because I lost the 8th place by tiebreaker. That's 1 point. On trials 2, I didn't play that well, to be honest. I didn't have much time to prep, and I thought I would. I basically knew I just had to get to day 3 and I would have been in by points. But it was really funny. At the end of day 3, I basically was watching the stream because I think 3 people out of the remaining top 16 had to make it to top 8 for me to make it. But luckily that happened, and I'm here in regionals.
Oh, that sounds like a fun sweat. Good time
It was
hate
pretty
watching
fun.
some
It was pretty
players.
fun. I had to hate watch 10 different players and love watch 5 players. So sorry.
So how do you so since you basically said this set you had more time to devote to TFT and take it more seriously as a competitor, how did you use that time? Like how did you divide your time between maybe like playing or studying TFT?
To be honest, I don't study at all. I just play a lot of ladder games. When I was really free, I played like a lot of ladder games. Right now, I don't have the time to play that much, but I sometimes look at stats, but I don't really look at it. So I guess it's a bit lucky that I'm here. It's not often that you can just play games and get this far.
Well, there's something. There has to be something said about that, right? Because does that mean that you have had more time on the patch? Do you feel like some of that hands-on experience might have given you a bit of a leg up in the competition? How are you feeling about the patch?
I think a lot of it is I just have a lot of familiarity with a lot of the comps. Like I remember in like Trials 1, I played like almost a different comp every single time. Like I'd randomly play Diana, I'd play some other comps because I played so much other that I've played most of the comps. In terms of dispatch, I've only been playing a bit of PvE scrims, and I did play a bit of ladder, which is honestly why I didn't do that well today. But hopefully I get to play a lot tomorrow before the games, and I get to have a good day tomorrow and qualify.
Yeah, what would you say your play style is? What about like what do you think like your edge compared to the other players in regionals is that has helped you get this far even without studying?
I think my edge is being able to identify spots that I cannot go first on. There's a lot of spots that I notice like it's impossible to go first, and I play for placements, and I think a little bit of placements that I save here and there is really good. And I feel like another edge is that I'm actually able to convert a lot of the augment spots, a lot of the gamble spots into first, because I play it so much in solo. It's my favorite augment choice. Like if I see an emblem augment, I choose it. If I see like worth the wait or like fortune strength, I always take it. And I think I've had enough experience with so many different lines that I'm able to convert it successfully most of the time.
I love that. So then I'm looking forward to watching you pick more trait tree and more of the fortune strengths tomorrow. That'll be really fun. But Silencer, the goal for you is to make the TFT Pro Circuit. So what's your confidence level going into tomorrow, and what would it mean to you to achieve that goal?
I'm actually pretty confident going to tomorrow. I think I played lines that I wasn't supposed to. I basically from PBE scrims and before prep, I've decided that I'm not gonna play level 8. I'm just gonna reroll a fast 9. That's it. That was my conclusion. It's a little bit of tech leak, but I think today I was a bit nervous and I played too many spots, too many lines that I shouldn't have. Uh, so I'll just show it up for tomorrow, and I'm pretty confident.
So then what would it mean to make the Pro Circuit?
Uh, to be honest, I didn't think about it that much. I've been playing TFT competitively for fun, but it'd be really cool for me to make it to the pro circuit because sometimes when you're just playing ladder for no reason, it's kind of sad. But if I make it to the pro circuit, there's a lot more to play for. And honestly, I watch the pro circuit a lot. I watch Rodan always. I'm a big fan, so it'd be really cool if I get to play in the pro circuit as a fan.
I love that. Well, Silence, before we let you go, wanted to give you last room to final shout outs and things like that.
I guess final shout outs. I'll have to shout out CLE. When I asked, because I have no connections at all to anybody. I know basically GG9 because I knew him from way back, but we don't really talk that much. And I basically when CLE asked me some questions for regionals finals, I asked him if he knew the place to play PBE scrims, and he was the one who got me into the PBE scrims Discord, and I was actually able to practice. I think without that, I would have just been playing solo queue, and that's not very good practice.
Oh, I love that. We're gonna pass that on for CLE for you because that's so awesome. I love that so much. Well, Silencer, thank you for taking the time to chat with us, and best of luck tomorrow. We're cheering for you.
Thank you, thank you.
The CLE shout out. Oh my gosh. I mean that's true though. Like you need to have the scrims, but it's so funny to hear from Silencer that like playing ladder by yourself is sad.
No, that's
Such a
absolutely
real one
true.
for
I
that.
mean, it's good that CLE got him into those scrims because I mean that's way better practice. And I do think it's a testament to the TFT community, honestly. Like if you're someone who is trying to get involved but you don't know who to talk to, honestly, like almost any of these people, you can reach out to them. You can reach out to me, and yeah, they'll help you get what you need.